And now we're into the, we'll now move on to our annual plan adoption process. First up, I invite Chair of the ARMC, who's joining us in person. Bruce.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate this. It's not every day that you see the independent chair of your Audit and Risk Management Committee come to see you, but it's not a day to be feared. I'm not bringing any bad news. In fact, if anything, it's almost the contrast. Phil, I'm conscious that the task in front of you guys, you know it well, you've done it year in, year out, it's still nevertheless an important decision. It's how you translate your plans for the aspirations of the city with the connection of how you're going to fund it. And there's clearly the R word, the rates end of it is something which is clear at the back end of this. So it's important from that perspective, but as we're also well aware, the annual plan, let alone the LTP, is a creature of statute. And the importance of the process gets you to this day, and I appreciate you've got decisions and probably debates to make today as well, is really important. So the most important thing here is that perhaps while the council sail above the water, somewhere there's legs flapping underneath that makes certain the process is okay. And again, consistent with your approach in prior years, you've asked my committee to be the guardian of the process. So I think it's important to just take short time today just to reflect that there are three key things primarily that are in your agenda, which has had the eyeballs of my committee and are important to recognise. The first thing that I would draw your attention to, I'm sorry, I can't work out which attachment it is the management sign-off. And an annual plan, as with your LTP, is a combination of the entire organisation bringing to you their position. And when you also match it with what is required under the Act, it becomes important that there are appropriate controls in place. Boring, I know, but really important. And we've gone through that with management, and we're comfortable that the schedules you have received the right response from management and give you assurance that there's been appropriate controls behind the scene in the development of the information that you've actually got. The second sign-off, which is really important, again, in terms of process, is the sign-off around assumptions. Now, it might seem a bit odd. You've had to do a whole lot of assumptions for your LTP, and if I'm trying to think where will Christchurch City be in 10 years' time, that's a pretty big assumption, other than it'll be pretty good, okay? But assumptions are still relevant for the coming year. It should be more certain, but even now, your assumptions about your inflation rate, about your supply chain and the associated costs are still just that. So it's important, again, that within the guardrails of preparing an annual plan, that there has been appropriate and due consideration of assumptions. And the sign-off that you have in your pack says, yes, it is, and your risk committee says the appropriate approach has been taken. Slightly tougher in this one, because I think it's fair enough to say we don't know what the world will be like in 365 days. Will that impact on the numbers you have in front of you? Would that impact on the level of service you could deliver? Well, that's going to be in the future. So we'll have to see. But at this stage, and this is the critical thing, in making a decision today on your annual plan, have you got the best information in front of you? These two sign-offs say you have got the best information that you can. The third thing I just want to raise that the committee looked at was a thematic analysis of the feedback from the community. And this is important in its own right, because the construct of the Act, as you guys well know, is that you need to hear the community voice as you consider your decision. It's not a referendum. but it's one where in making your decisions, you must be aware of the views that are held within the community. It's not the committee's role to tell you how to interpret community voice. I hate to say it, that's your role. It's called policy and politics. However, we did look at the quality of the thematic analysis that you have in front of you today. And I think it would be fair to say the committee saw what you have in front of you as exceptional. It's one of the best I have seen, and I do get around the sector a fair bit. It's really valuable. You have a strong and clear view within the confines of what a consultation is, and those who choose to submit, etc. You have a good, clear view, which I think is of merit to Peter and his team in what they've been able to provide you. So within your debate today and in your preparation today, and I know through the earlier steps that you've taken, Phil, you want to know, do I really know what the community thinks? You have got the best analysis here that I can think of that I have seen for a long time. So that sets you up now, it's time for me to close, Phil, sets you up that the process of having the best information, of having the best control and knowing the community view is in front of you. That's where, as I say, I have to leave you to the rest, because the decision making is not something that I can engage in, but I do wish you well.
Thank you, Bruce. A very, very good presentation. Thank you for making the time. Is there any questions of what Bruce has just brought up before I get staff to come and present? Everyone's happy? Oh, Yanni?
Thank you. Just wanted to check, you said you've looked at the community feedback. A number of submitters have raised concerns about the access to the information and also the form of the consultation document. Is there any reflection that you've made based on those concerns?
Well, those concerns, Yanni, weren't directly raised with me. The committee did see the original draft CD, which was obviously going to be subject to consultation. And we understood the process consultation was to be how it was to be undertaken. All I can say is we were comfortable with that. If there are critiques of actually the process you undertook, we've got two decisions to make, haven't you? One is actually, was consultation so deficient that actually people were able to get the information they needed? Or, and I'm being a wee bit devious here, but more likely, are there learnings in how you undertake future consultations? And I haven't seen the complaint, so I don't know where I would land on that. My suspicion is that actually I would take this on board as council tries to explore more and different ways in which it can engage with the community. It's an art, not a science.
And the last question from me is in regards to some submitters have raised concern that there's a lack of visibility of program level budgets, and therefore they're unable to provide feedback, submissions on individual projects. We're using a lot of program level budgets where the community has zero visibility of the parks, the roads, the streets that are within those. Have you got any, again, like looking at the audit risk, kind of view of that? I mean, one example is community boards are being asked to prioritise within programs, but not for year one because it's already committed. Have you got any view on the use of the program level budgets versus the individual line items that we used to have and what that does in terms of the audit process?
I probably would like to understand more what has been and not been put in front of communities, for instance. And I certainly, and certainly year one, this current annual plan, as I said, is actually very much foreshadowed by the LTP. And I can understand that actually that is at this point relatively certain. Okay. And in fact, I mean, I think you were close where you probably could have made a note. You didn't need to consult, by the way, but that was something that I tested and I understood the good basis on which you went out. Again, I would probably reflect on a strong debrief after this annual plan is always important to understand how I might improve the level of feedback you get, whether that's from your community boards, which clearly you would have consulted, but also the public. And I would leave it there at this stage without knowing more detail.
Thank you, mate. That's good.
Can I just clarify, so the chair of our audit and risk committee doesn't go away alarmed? There were only 5 submissions that actually made suggestions about the information and the process. Hundreds of people that submitted concerns.
Well said.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Okay, so now we will invite staff to come up and introduce their report. Peter and Bruce. Who was hiding in the other room? Now just remember, everyone, at 1 o'clock, the council, this is for everyone's benefit, the council is supplying us with a 12-course meal.
Each one of them.
And booze.
And they come in a big box, pepperoni and vegetarian, what have you. So at 1 o'clock, we're stopping, otherwise we'll be eating cold things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. And so, look, Bruce in a way, thank you, Bruce, has introduced where we are. This is the culmination of quite a number of months of work by yourselves with advice and support from staff and input from the community. I'll hand over to Peter to give an introduction to the report and where we are at presently.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Look, apologies to those who've heard the 2-minute summary before. It is probably necessary for the community and those tuning in, but also to recap basically how we've got to where we are. I'll keep it as brief as possible. We met with you at the beginning of the annual plan process to understand what you were looking for from it. The reply guidance was very clear. Being year 1 of an LTP that had just been signed off, the guidance was a light touch annual plan. So in other words, to keep the LTP contemporary with changes in events and changes in our operating environment. The result of that was a relatively small number of proposals to go to the community. So that included the Cathedral, Levy, Air Force Museum, Central City Shuttle Service, and a few others. So relatively few proposals that went out to the community in the consultation document. Obviously, you were there for the submissions and hearings involved, and we supplied the analysis of what that told us about what the community was looking for. That was followed by a series of workshops with you on what we'd like to include in this final annual plan. We've taken away your guidance, built it into the document, and that's what you're making decisions on today. For a light touch annual plan, there's a lot of pages there, there's a lot of paperwork there, but it's about providing assurance, as Bruce said, about the process followed and the content in it. There's actually relatively few issues within the document itself, and the guidance on each of them was pretty clear. So that's where we find ourselves. I mean, the good news is that the proposed rates figure is less than what we consulted the community on, 6.77, I believe, from memory, % rates increase. And so now it's a matter of working through the final decision making around this annual plan.
Good.
So certainly can't work through the document line by line or page by page, but you've heard from Audit and Risk that they are comfortable with the process followed to date and the analysis of submissions. I guess really now it's down to the recommendations and your debates around those.
Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, do councillors have any questions for staff about the annual plan? Any questions relating to amendments will be held to the amendments section. So if it's just generally about the annual plan. Yep. Andre, Tyler, Yanni.
Yeah, the extra money for the water regulator, that's been built into this annual plan. Did you call the final figure? It was 2 point something.
Yes, through you, your worship, there was two figures. One was for the Commerce Commission, one for Te Mata Arawa, and I think it was like 2.1.
Special hands. Okay. Thank you.
Kia ora, guys. It's around the capital program, the proposed one. I just wanted to just double check with digital. It has here, there's 160 million, if I'm reading this correctly, that's being cut. But am I right in thinking that that's the one that's being operationalized? It's moving from capital to operational?
Correct.
Okay. It's about, for the current year, it's about 20 million. Yeah, great. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. And in terms of the push outs, so you've got in the big three, water, transport and parks, there's push outs into the next financial year. Is that because of the deliverability of that capital? Or is it because of the fiscal management this year looking at rates? Your worship, really it was the exercise was one of deliverability where we were looking to align funding with delivery. So it's really been driven by what we can deliver. It's had a rates impact, but it was the deliverability. It's the driver. Was the key driver? Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. And the last question I've got is there's a line here with transport safety with the $1.3 million cut. Nothing's been pushed out. I should have actually asked them that online, but I'm wondering why that level of service has been cut when the annual plan probably reflects difference.
It's added back on another line. So it's net.
Okay.
It has been added back. It's just added, it's taken off one line and added back on another line.
Okay, so it's been integrated within another line. Okay, gotcha. That's great to know. Thank you.
Gary, please.
Thank you. So I'm just sort of having to go between the two sheets to kind of get an idea of what's what. There's some increases, for example, around railway crossings. I asked for a list of the railway crossing projects that we've funded and what are unfunded. I've only got the list of the funded ones, but I don't have the quantum. But in the post the draft annual plan, the agreed to, there's been also additional increases proposed. Is there a table of the Kiwi Rail projects that has funding and what's not funded, or have we just simply added funding to all of those Kiwi Rail projects? Which is what it appears from looking at going between the two sheets, is some were increased in the draft, and then post the draft and post the submissions and into the deliberations, a whole bunch more were added as well. Okay, and just to be clear,
oh no.
as a high level principle, we can rephase the money that we're putting into Kiwi Rail projects, but we're unable to change the quantum of money. Is that the previous kind of advice? Is the advice that we got as part of the draft annual plan still the same?
Our advice with regard to Kiwi Rail projects hasn't changed. As you're aware, much of that advice was provided to you in PX. So if we want to discuss that, we have to go back into PX. You have been provided a list of the information that we have, which is the list of funded projects, and they came through the system. I can dig that out and provide it again if you need it. With regard to funding, we have put the appropriate level of funding on those projects that we think, given the information that we have right now.
Because the list that I've got that you provided, which was, I appreciate, it doesn't have the levels of funding or the funding changes.
That's as much information as we had to give you at the time, but it didn't. It was the projects that are funded in the program. That's what you asked for. We haven't had any funding changes between the draft and this, okay. And I don't think any at the draft stage that we highlighted at the draft stage. So
I'm looking at things like the Northern Line, and there's very clearly $2.7 million being added, and that was not in the draft that we approved. So anyway, just some, move
No,
on.
that's shifted between sections of a project, so it hasn't added any money, it's off one and on another, that's my understanding.
Just makes it quite hard for us to follow. Yeah.
Thank you, mate. Totally rude.
6.77, so what's the Tukaha component of that, sorry?
1 through your worship, 1.75.
1.75. Thank you.
And Vic,
Thank you. Two questions. The first is in relation to the balanced budget, and I know we've spent a lot of time on this. I'm keen to understand whether the imposition of a rates cap at another stage, how that will impact our pathway and timing, particularly to achieve a balanced budget. It's, get me away, glass. That's the piece that I haven't quite figured out. Because we're signing this off, understanding that we have a balanced budget, and it really affects our level of comfort. And the reason that I'm comfortable with the balanced budget is because I can see a pathway to get out of it. But I'd like to understand how that could be affected by the imposition of a rates cap, please.
Yes, there's a number of parts to that question. I think in terms of what you're signing off today, we signed, and Bruce Robertson mentioned we are a creature of statute, so we sign off as the law is today. And at the moment, there is not a rates cap. It has been mooted and it's been talked about, but we don't know the scope of that rates cap, what might be included, when it might take effect. But if there is a rates cap of some sort, then likely it will create challenges for us in terms of what it is we fund, how we fund it, and what it means for a balanced budget. But until we know the scope of that, we would be speculating, and I think probably unhelpfully at this stage.
For the next thing. Sure. Okay.
all right, it was a gold, right?
Yeah, my next question was nowhere near as chunky. Let me just pull it out. And it was just about who we heard from. And it's at page 59 of the agenda. And I raised this question on the tail end of what my colleague Councillor Johansson asked about in the consultation. We have this 10% other, and I can't figure out what it is. We hear from people online, by email, over the counter, via post. What is other? What does that capture?
We'll check with Amy's there, but it may capture those sort of surveys or things some councillors check with Amy.
I have to check in with Amy.
Sure.
I can't tell you the breakdown below that.
Okay, thank you.
That's brilliant, right. And here we are. Here's something we prepared earlier.
Which table are you looking at? Yeah, look, I'm looking at the table on page, yep, 59.
Okay.
And it was on the tail end of the issue that Yanni had raised previously about people not being able to access or be able to respond in a meaningful way. So I was just curious to see the size of that problem and what is that 10%?
So that 10% is the 3 separate hard copy forms that people created. So this consultation we had our form, which was the full consultation form, and then there were 3 separate forms that were created. Those 3 separate forms make up that 10%.
So
Thank you.
Oh, good. Yes, thank you.
Got it.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Right, now we're ripping into, starting off with noting, this is housework more than anything else, noting provisions 1 to 6 and recommendation 7. I'm happy to move that, and someone's putting it, Pauline certainly happily to second it. Is there any debate, if any, if required, on these recs? And we'll otherwise put it to the vote. All right, so I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you, that's carried. So now we're on to recommendations 8 and 9. This is on the climate resilience fund policy. Need a mover and second for that. Sarah's going to move it and Celeste is going to second it. Is there any debate because we've had all the information we need. Any debate required on this? So I'll put that motion. This is for Recs 8 and 9. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried.
It's actually quite a big step for us.
Should have debated. Were you worried? Yeah, you're careful.
No, I'm just saying it's a big step.
I'm holding mine for the amendments.
Right, now I'm going to move suspending standing orders, and Pauline will second it. So there's no debate, so we'll vote on that. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. And now it's just moving second to put the draft annual plan on the table. This is for recommendations 10 to 26. It's just to put the draft annual plan on table to open up for debate and any proposed amendments. So I'll move it and second it. So it's cool. So the proposed amendment. Now we get into the.
Pauline, okay.
Yeah. I will now ask councillors if they have any proposed amendments which they wish to put forward for the annual plan or property disposals, including a seconder. Once we have received and clarified all the potential amendments, we will then take a break while staff gather the relevant information and rates impacts. Once you have raised your amendment, please email this to Sam, including your seconder. Can councillors please raise their hand now if they have an amendment? I want to write all those down.
So we do have, so
Am I doing this? I've
so
already.
we do have some, but any that you've already sent through, if you can still say them out loud, so we make sure we've got them recorded.
Okay, we'll just start here and James.
Yeah,
Go around the table.
you've got what I've obviously sent through, Kelly, but it was just requested staff work with the Whenua Murray Hill Community Board to prioritise the renewal of the Elmwood Park playground. And that's moved me, seconded Yanni.
Any questions of?
All right, well, yeah, we'll do that now. Does anyone want to ask any questions of that?
Rates neutral, it's just reprioritising work with them. So
Okay.
it's pretty
Excellent.
straightforward.
Okay, Victoria had none. Johnny.
So just for the property disposal, just an amendment in regards to it's just an addition. So it's got currently resolves that 48 Balmoral Lane shall be retained due to its ecological restoration potential. And it was just to add a 17B or A, depending on what's easiest for staff. Resolves that 4 Cannon Hill Crescent shall be retained due to its ecological restoration potential as well. This was one that Sarah was happy to second. It's based on the OHRN submission.
Natalie Hanson, could you send that through by email as well,
Yeah.
please?
So just a question for me, Yanni. This is some land that was on the disposal list.
Yeah.
And we want to hang on to it.
Yeah.
For ecological reasons. Okay, and that must have some impact on a little bit of money we won't receive if we didn't sell it.
I imagine so.
Yeah.
So when you send them through, can you send them to Sam, so she's got a record, can you CC me in so I can assign them to the staff to start working on them?
Okay, sweet.
Oh, that's
Backwards.
No, can I just raise a process? 'Cause when someone's raising an amendment, do they have to comment on whether there was a feedback in the annual plan on it? Because if there wasn't, does it render it out of scope?
Ideally, yes, because that's why you put through an amendment. We will be reviewing and checking and reporting on when we come back to advice, but the person putting forward the motion should have the basis of what they're putting forward, should be from the submission.
But there will be some, when we come back after the break, there will be some that'll be.
Thank you, sorry.
Have you got any more?
Yeah, do you want to just go around and I'll send them through to staff now?
You got to say
No,
them
you've
out
got to
loud.
say
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes.
All right, sweet.
And can you speak up?
Yeah, so council does not declare the remainder of its residentially zoned properties surplus to requirement, instead retains it for social and affordable housing options. And that council consults on a budget of up to $7 million towards homelessness and youth emergency housing. That was on the basis of the Christchurch East LEC submission. There were also other submissions talking about us actually addressing housing. So that's the housing one. Transport, that council reduces, and again, like, we need to get the advice back from staff, but just so you're aware, council reduces the Scruttons Road railway crossing budget from 6.8 million to 500,000. What if we are told we're not allowed to make changes to the Kiwi Rail crossing budgets? That council rephases the Scruttons Road railway crossing budget of 3 million from FY 26-27 to FY 32-33. And then because of doing that, that council adds funding for the Improving Development Roads project with 2 million in 25-26 and 3 million in 26-27. So the Scruttons Road one was based on the OHRN submission. And there were numerous submissions that talked to the extent of the costs associated to those issues. The Bromley Roads one was the top priority that the local community board raised. The next one is that council makes budget provision of $50,000 to green Woodhouse Street with street trees and calm traffic. That was based on Aaron Gattis' submission. He's the one that came in where council had resurfaced the road, made the road condition worse, and not slowed down traffic in a 30k street. So then there was the transport ones, which is around Te Aratai cycleway. I just need to get some advice from staff over to the appropriate wording, because yeah, there's a confusion around the issue of reconsulting or re-engaging, but the idea behind it is to retain the budget to actually re-engage the community given the time that's passed and the significant development, for instance, and then it's approved for detailed design.
Just warming up.
To just chuck this out and start an LTP.
No, have you seen Tone Roads?
10% through.
It's not a competition.
It's nearly done.
Carry on. No, you're doing all right. Carry on. No, he's allowed to do it.
So just in terms of Jamie's ones, and again, like in terms of a question, but so the thing that I'm struggling with is that the community boards were given feedback around program level budgets, where I'm still not clear where the feedback that was given to community boards or from community boards was changed in terms of our program. So I've got 2 playgrounds in my ward that I want looked at, that I raised as part of that process, but I have no understanding of where they are, which is Cutler Park renewal and the Aranui playground renewal. So like Jamie's done with Elmwood, is it better to do that, or is it better to make a budget request today? I'm not sure. So I just raised that as a question.
Did you put that in the question? Or is this just today?
I've repeatedly asked for feedback around the changes that community boards have been made as part of community boards feedback, and I may have missed it in the bevy of information that's come back. But my understanding is we cannot make changes to year 1, and we'll be lucky to make changes to year 2, but we can make changes to year 3. But I still don't understand where the decision making is around what projects get what priority. If that makes sense. I put forward for $1 million for the Linwood Regeneration Project, consisting of 300k in 25-26, 300k in 26-27, and 400k in FY 27-28. Again, that's supported by the community board submission, and number of submissions talking about investing more in that area. And the final one from me was just we had staff advice back that council asked staff to prepare a report into a multi-year partnership funding agreement with SPACPAC from the Capital Endowment Fund and report back to council before the end of August 25. So it's rates neutral. It's pretty much effectively noting what the staff advice back has been, and it gives time to to bring it together, but they have made a submission. They've put forward a plan, and it would be good to get some progress on that. There was one other question I had, again, going through the budget lists, but I can't find it on the budget list, but it was in the presentation that we were given around changes to the LTP. And that was, there was $300,000 put on for a business case for the Morehouse Stewart traffic lights. And I would like to kind of move an amendment that we delete that, because 300,000 is two traffic engineers working full-time for a year. Doesn't seem a good use of money or prudent, but I can't find it on these lists anymore, even though it was in stuff that we've been told had been added to the budget. So I'm not quite sure how to do an amendment to address that project. Thank you.
Talk about that in the break.
That's all from me.
That's cool. Now, James, did your amendment, had that had a submission on it, or are you?
Yes, it did. Mr. McGoldrick made the submission. I can't remember the number.
Okay, that's right. No, it just helps.
Councillor Henson, did you hit seconders for each of those that you can send through?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Excellent.
Who seconded those?
Yeah.
You did. Yes.
Before we start work on them, we want to
Yeah,
know.
cool. Okay. I'll make sure
Seconder.
this is
Okay.
Is anyone happy to second them now?
Maybe to second the Scrutton Road one
Sorry.
and no the others.
Okay.
Can we, do we need a seconder now?
Yes, Jake.
There's no point doing the work on
Yeah.
it.
The other ones will work on it.
Jake will second.
Is the spec pack one rates neutral?
Yeah, I'll second them. Yeah.
There's no rates impact.
Oh, yeah, speak back, I can.
Yeah, I'm happy to second the
So,
spec pack.
so as someone, and it doesn't matter who it is, brings up an amendment, you say, oh, I'd like to second that, do it straight away, so we don't have this. Okay. Mr. Barr.
Thank you. Yeah, so I have one amendment which is being seconded by Celeste. It was presented on during the annual plan hearings. And it's also a community authority, as in Cycle Connections. So it reads that council, I've also consulted with staff verbally on where to ask for the budget from. So it's that council assign up to 100K from the transport's footpath budget for a low cost, low impact gravel cycle path beside the road on Lower Styx Road to complete the cycle path from Spencerville to Brooklands as part of the Seaside Loop, which is a 50-kilometre loop, which starts in the city and then will go to New Brighton and then up to through the forest to Spencerville, Brooklands, and then back to the Waimak. So most of it is already fit for purpose, but there's a small section which is incredibly dangerous. And so just basically asking from this money to come from internal budgets to complete just a low impact, low cost gravel path to make it safer for families to ride that 1 kilometre of east bend at, on an 80K an hour road, which will essentially make that safe.
Last question.
Because it's not
Yes,
debate,
Celeste was second.
just put the.
It's a good question. It's just the entire purpose of the footpath budget is that there's been tens upon tens of millions of dollars for cycle projects, but $0 for new footpaths. So I'm just wondering why a cycle project would then start using that new footpath budget, which.
There is no footpath currently, so if you want to shed along there on the road.
Okay, you're talking about putting a shed path.
More or less, it would be.
More or less a shed path.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was the verbal advice from staff.
Yeah, makes sense.
Sorry, it's a good question.
Yeah, buddy.
Cool, thank you.
You've got a moved and seconded, and it was submitted on, so that's cool.
Wishing good answer.
Tim's got none? Zero.
Get the
Sticking with the budget. Yeah, although I did, if I was going to do any, if I was going to do, I would actually talk to that community board, unlike some of my colleagues. Just saying.
Jake.
I've got 3, but most of which have been dealt with, but I'll for the record. That the council extend the city vacant differential rating area to encompass the entire area of the 4 AVs, noting that after almost 3 years of successful operation, There is very little opposition to the policy and it is making a meaningful difference to our central city. That 250,000 be included in the 26-27 budget to renovate and restore the Bangalore pump station, as we heard in submissions. And then 100,000 be included in the 25-26 budget to transform the unused land at 367 Hereford Street into a small, low-cost neighbourhood park, aligning with council's greening the east strategy.
Strategic.
Year is that one?
This year.
I'll second.
Paul, second. Yeah. Any questions of what Jake just brought up?
And he has noted the submission numbers, which is helpful.
Thank you. Andre.
Thank you. The council instigates projects and constructs footpath Springs Road, Main South Road, Sutherland's Road, Cashmere Road. Second is Councillor Peters. And it's just noting that we haven't yet been able to access the information on the new footpath delivery package. So we're wanting to utilise that budget, but we're also wanting to prioritise projects as part of that. The second, and that, sorry, these two have both been emailed through to Kathy and yourself.
Submissions.
The specific submissions,
Just generally, they do reflect submissions from.
both this annual plan and also the long-term plan.
We're supposed to send to Kathy as well. It's okay.
As long as they go to Sam.
Okay.
Cool, I'll get them to Kathy as well, because she's doing the. Sorry, Andrew.
And the second is that council bring forward the funding for Lincoln Road Bus Priority Stage 2B. So just to be clear, that's the Coolitz to Wrights part. That's currently just one lane. Starting financial year 26, the amounts that have been given by SAF is 416,000 in the 26 year, and councillor Coker is the seconder.
Please, what's the distance? What's the
Meters.
no, the road again?
So Lincoln Road, so just the part, so currently the Halls Road
Coolitz to
upgrade
Wrights.
projects finishes at Coolitz. Then the Coolitz to Wrights part is the bottleneck part. So that's currently the part that's only one lane. So it's continuing with that. And then the second, well, the other stage, which is Wrights to Whiteley, currently 2 lanes, that's the part that's put on the back burner.
That's the one you want to bring forward.
Melanie's got a question, Andre.
So what's the rates impact of the FY26 year, Andre?
0%.
Aaron.
Yeah, I gave mine to Sam before, and it is, I wasn't going to put one in, and it's rates neutral, but it was raised during the previous debate by Sarah and Jake about the inequity of people paying various amounts for different services with the DCs. So I'm just putting up that we have moved to a flat rate based on the HUI of the property rather than on the capital value. So, because that would be fair and equitable, like was pointed out in the previous debate by Sarah and Jane.
Melanie's got a question.
Which submission does it reflect?
Multiple submissions where people complain about the inequity of the rates across.
So did they ask for a flat rate?
What's that?
Did they ask for a flat rate?
No, they just talked about the inequity. So, which there's only one way to undo inequities, that's to flatten it out.
I just say that we didn't even discuss rates in the last debate. It was about development contributions.
No, but you were saying about how you disagreed with people paying different amounts for their services. That's why
Who's the seconder, Aaron?
Sam.
Well, it's not, we're just talking about, it's not capable of being put. It's the problem. I agree with it in principle. But it's,
You could pitch it to further work done in future years on looking at.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
yeah. But you've made your point.
Oh, yeah, I'm sort of
made
the point. Sitting at this table, you'll never see equity across the city. So.
What? Celeste?
He doesn't understand equity.
So it's confusing. Rich people need real deal.
What's that? Yeah. Kate wants to keep punishing the poor.
Starting with the plant species management plan implementation. So this is just a small amount of operational funding for 3 years, 30K support an inventory of the plant species management plan. This was brought up during the long-term plan. It was also brought up during the annual plan. So based upon staff advice, it seems like the most cost-effective way of doing is across the city. So 30K, 3 years effectively. Oh yeah, and the priority weeds requiring management such as road corridors and reserves. Pauline is seconding this one. I'll send it through. It's a bit of a mouthful, that one. And there's just another couple of ones. There's one around the Roy Stokes. It's just asking for a report back on Roy Stokes Hall. We heard from the Roy Stokes Hall as part of that. The background to that is through the Pages Road Hearings Panel process. We did site visits to see if we could look at supporting the hall, which is a community hall, with parking, given that we're taking it away, all the surrounding streets. And what we concluded was the only viable option at that time was to put money on budget to cut into the local berm, which was going to be quite an expensive option. It's turned out that we've got an alternative option, so this is just exploring that option further. So it will potentially save us money. And Sarah is seconding that one. Quite a few seconders, I think it's quite popular. Oh, sorry, Kelly's seconding.
Is it going to be a rates impact on the report, the cost of the report? Right.
Kelly's seconded it now. Then sorry, I've just got a couple of small ones. Following on from James's one around the reprioritisation, I just want to look at the Putlands toilets and work with the community around that one just to see if we can bring that forward. Downey's down for that one. And finally, Putlands youth space. It's just bringing forward funding to the following year to get started on that. It got pushed out in the long-term plan, but that's quite a priority project for the Putlands area, which I'm sure Phil can support.
Is that Pukeko one?
It's close to the Pukeko Centre. It's Putlands, if you know Putlands United Sports Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, right near there. Yeah, great. So I'll put you down for that one. Yes, sorry, I'll flick those through to you, Sam. Thank you.
Okay, number 1, Springfield Road. Staff prioritise and urgently address a safe pedestrian refuge or crossing option at the Springfield Road Edgeware Road intersection by either bringing forward budget from FY 2028 or by utilising the DENT budget if it qualifies. My seconder is Sarah Templeton. That's supported by the Community Board submission and the Community Board plan. Number 2, and my final one, McFarlane Park toilet block, that staff bring forward funding from 27-28 for design and consultation for the new toilet block. Seconder is Councillor McClellan. That's also supported by the Community Board submission and it's in the plan. So that's not bringing the capital forward, it's just starting work on it. Thanks.
Got a couple. The first one is student rates for pools. Introduces a casual entry rate of $4.90 for tertiary students at any Christchurch City Council pool facility. And we promote the new rate in collaboration with tertiary institutions and student associations and report back on uptake and fiscal impact after 12 months for review, which is in line with the community services card, half-eye card and the gold card.
What's full price now?
Full price is $6.70.
$6.70.
The same 25% discount as all the other card holders are receiving, except for tertiary students.
The next one is Culture Galore. Oh, sorry, Andre's seconded for the student one. Culture Galore, any takers? That the council include a dedicated line item of 25 grand in the 26-27 annual plan. Staff have said that they used their internal budget for this upcoming Culture Galore. It got taken away from the community board's hands, which then leaves it in a bit of a limbo. And it being a council event, I wanted to keep it as a council event, so therefore $25,000. It was 50 before that, but I'm asking for 25. There's a line item for 26-27. Any seconders?
Any question?
I just want to question on it. Where's the money that was that was being given to them? Where's that now?
I hope staff feedback incorporates that.
So it's being funded from the community board.
Two different community boards.
There's from Riccarton and Waimari.
25 each.
Yeah, 50 each.
So the two community boards will have more money between them to give into the community, while the ratepayers, we take it from a central So somewhere 25 grand's going, so we're taking an extra 25 grand to fund it.
It came from the community board SCF pot. Yep. And then got associated as a line item for Culture itself. Yep. That's what happened, and then now it's gone. I'm not sure where that money's going.
That's what I'm asking. So
Hopefully staff incorporate that feedback.
We'll go back into the community. Is it a metropolitan event, basically?
Yes, it's going to be at the Multicultural Centre now.
So it probably should sit with council then.
Yes.
Probably better with strengthening communities then. Would it be a contestable item in the strengthening communities fund?
So that's what I don't want it to be.
Yeah.
Because it's a cornerstone event and it gets more than 10,000 people coming to it, so.
It was treated as a community project previously.
And that was requested by the Multicultural Centre themselves and multicultural groups.
Okay, Aaron had a question and then
Yeah,
Sarah's got
so
a question of that.
when we were briefed on this a few weeks ago, and we ran out of time for questions, my question around this was, because our boards were already paying for the whole lot, why not split it evenly over all community boards? Because every community board area is multicultural. Our board would certainly be more than happy to put in our fair share. The only one that would put in less would be BP because they have a different pot to the rest of us. But my suggestion for that.
Once an event applies to more than 2 community boards, it becomes metropolitan.
Yeah, but rather than move this money from ratepayers collectively there, take it from each of the community boards because it worked really well. And so each of the teams can put in the amount and just do it that way.
Call on other.
Sorry, we've just had a person trying to take money off Scoutman's Road without any discussion.
No, I know, but you can't. But
No discussion with me about the.
But it's,
project.
it's the same. It's the same rate.
Guys, one at a time. We're doing well. We're doing good.
It's the same ratepayer money anyway. So.
Well,
Tyler's putting that up and he's got a seconder.
Yes,
It's okay, so that's moving along.
Next one. And
Sorry, Sarah had a question of Tyler.
What's the budget that's been spent in the past on it through?
Off the top of my head, it was 50 grand.
Okay, so if we're only allocating 25,000, are they still allowed to apply for events and festivals funding or strengthening communities to make up the difference?
I made that liquid because I wanted that to be a part of it.
But yeah, just checking process wise that they are allowed, once they've got a line item, to then apply for additional funding.
Shouldn't it cost less now?
Yes, but we'll clarify that. We'll get.
Yeah, can we just get some information on that? Because I wouldn't want to effectively halve their funding. Through this resolution basically.
And the feedback that I got was feedback on what's happening for the future, but not really what it needs. I've put 25 down as something as a safety net. But outside of that, I'd really hope that staff would come back with something that's a bit more feasible and easy to work with.
It should cost much less now as well with the new location.
Yeah.
The second was for the swimming pool rates. Is it?
100 more. And UC and UCSA both talked on that and asked for $5.
In youth council.
And youth council, apologies. Yeah.
If they don't use it this year, you can get rid of it next year. Use it later.
You done, Tom?
No, I've just got some quick ones. I think we're already doing this as staff. I just wanted to cover my bases that we request staff to continue work on the development of an AI policy and request a report to council for opportunities to improve efficiency, enhance service delivery and achieve cost savings. And has to cover other things, but I'll put that in the amendment. Any seconders?
Yep.
Okay. This one is one that I'm asking for feedback with feed on. This is again affecting rates, which is the potential recapitalization of staff time and overheads. There are some staff that we may put down for OPEX where it could be capitalized, and I just want some feedback on that.
Check what submission that was from.
They've asked, well, there's multiple in a general way to bring the rates down, the rates numbers. So refer to any person who wants to bring the rate cap down.
And was there a submission number on the AI one?
Yes, there was multiple submissions around digital transformation, asking for efficiency, enhancing the way that we do things internally, particularly with the SAP programs. I've referenced all of these with submissions. And another one, sorry, Bruce, is around investigating further opportunities to generate new operational income through commercial leasing, sponsorships and site activation of underutilised council-owned properties and land.
He doesn't want to sell them.
I'm talking about Litchfield car park, if we're able to commercially lease that. Those are the options that I want to start to bring to the table around some income streams that we could capitalise on.
Lease a part of it.
Yes. Second is? No, if it's kind of bring income, yeah, okay, cool. Bus exchange safety, and we're asking for a report around short and medium-term improvements to enhance public safety, environmental quality and user experience at the Christchurch bus interchange and surrounding public space. That was raised quite a lot, particularly with our youth council, with our young people, and actually the general public also talked on that, with the feeling of being unsafe around the bus exchange. So wanted to raise that. Any seconders?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
Okay, and the last one is a noting amendment, just for the Island Road pedestrian crossing, noting that Transport are doing work on it already. UC wanted to know where we're at, so it's just noting that staff are doing work on it. We'll continue to work with UC and give the report to the community board when it's ready.
Before they got no good.
Did you hear? Seconder for that one?
Anyone can second it, it's just a noting amendment if someone wants to. Okay, that's it.
Oh, Sarah, you're on.
Spoke through to something that's not mine. Right, so I've flicked everyone through a copy of my amendments, but I'll just get the actual amendment table. What you've got in your emails is also my questions and the staff information that's been provided on those. The first one is on chlorine-free water stations. Seconder is Pauline. The council put $15,000 OPEX in FY25 to assess suitable new sites for 6 chlorine-free water stations like those in Avonhead and New Brighton. So that would end up being like a network of 8 across the city. Additionally, add $331,642 in CapEx in each of FY 25, 26 and 27 to install 2 stations per year, and 30,000 OPEX in FY 25, 50 OPEX in each of FY 26 and 27 for ongoing maintenance. But just a note, it wasn't clear in the information that got provided by staff whether it cost 165,000 to install the 2 current water stations or if it was 165,000 each. So potentially my numbers could be hard. Just get that advice from staff, which would be great. So that would get, we need up with a network of 6 chlorine-free water stations across the city. And there was plenty of submissions calling for chlorine water. Decision-making transparency system. What do you want to question?
It was only just a quick one, and if I could just come back in the advice, because my understanding is the water regulator changes will mean that we can do these for like $500 just off taps. So it would just be good to get that advice back. When, you know, when the water regulations change later in the year, we may not even need to do any of this.
Okay.
So if we could get that advice, then
that'd be good. But even having assessments for where they would go across the city if we needed.
I think you can literally put them on the taps. That's genuinely how much it's going to be. Good to go. Yeah.
Decision-making transparency system, second to Tyler. The members, that 0.05% is added to the budget in FY25 to enable a decision-making transparency and information management system program to start, and the staff bring a report to council to make a formal decision on what method to proceed with as soon as practicable. So we had a workshop on this where we looked at the different ways of doing it. The dollar values were at that stage in PX because they were all through that RFI process. What was public was a percentage. But we do need to make a decision on whether we go for option 2, which is the full replacement, or option 3, which is the hybrid, which allows us to do just the voting to start with quite quickly, and then the full system change. But we do need a small amount of budget to do that. Accessibility funding, second to Celeste. So the first one is request an update on the Disability Working Group seed funding, which is what it was called originally when it was put in a few years back, of $100,000 a year in the terms of reference for its use, and its use so far in current list of potential projects. So that's submission 440 and others, and increase the fund by $50,000 a year to improve accessibility for residents. So my understanding is that this is currently oversubscribed. So I have one particular project. So rather than putting an individual project on, like a little cut down somewhere, I'm trying to get the system changed so that we can get those cut downs put in. Yeah, so there's that one. Water meters, second to Mel. So the last few years since the excess water charges have been in, one of their big outcries over the excess water charges was that not everyone was metered. And so I was stunned to find out actually that in the last year we've only installed 95 water meters. When everyone, we all thought, I think at the time, that we were just going to be rolling out these water meters to try and improve that. We don't actually have a budget line for water meters. We've got a smart meter system, a program that's going in across the city, but not for currently the unmetered stuff. So there's information there, but staff have said that it's completely possible to deliver. And so at the current rate, it's going to take us like 10 years to get the unmetered places metered. But they can do $3.5 million of CapEx a year for the next couple of years to do that. So council add 3.5 million to the budget to install water meters in FY25 and in 26, and report on progress in the regular 3 waters reporting to council, so that we can actually have visibility over that water meter program. So metering unmetered ones, and actually on the smart meter program, be good to give updates on that.
So sorry, one wee question. Is the 3.5 mil for changing existing meters to smart meters?
No, that's just for putting meters in where there's no meters currently on properties.
Yeah.
What's the rates impact of that?
Well, that'll cut that. That's the stuff that we're putting these in so that it can come back to us. But we've got this $3.5 million of CapEx, and we know that $100 million of CapEx is about 1% on rates at the moment. But it potentially also allows us to charge people excess water charges if they're going over.
Yeah, sorry, Aaron first, then Sam.
My question on that is, why would the charge not go on the properties?
This is just the advice that we've had through. So we've been putting.
So they said to not, like, when you get a connection, when like you're going to do the 4 units, they don't each get a bill for $300 each or whatever the bill is.
Yeah, so our role is to put meters in where there's currently no meters. So any new property that's been developed, they put their own meters in.
And the meter currently sits on the boundary. Is this possible? Because I know of properties where it's a daisy chain.
One of the problems there is that we haven't had.
But it got 4 units. There's not 4 pipes running. There's one pipe runs up. So where the meter sits.
That's the issue. That's the bit the guys are working around. That's the messy bit.
Aaron, one of the problems is that we haven't had reporting on this to be able to make decisions and things like that.
So we're legally allowed to put our meter on further up the driveway? No, well then you'd need new pipes on every.
Cross leases and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is messy. I know way back in the day when I used to right away, as all the connections be up the right of way, but of latter years, probably in the last 10, you might see 10 meter boxes out the front of that driveway, because that in theory is a private driveway, and so it gets a bit.
So it was the same. You'd rip out the old house, use the old pipe, and tap into
The staff advice, if you have a read of the email, is that there's capacity to actually deliver and do $3.5 million worth next year. Yeah.
I'm surprised there's that many missing. Anyway, so
12,000 still to go. Yeah.
12,000 amendments, geez.
12.
Shot.
Yeah.
Someone's on fire.
Get back to that.
Wait till Tyrone. Listen, Tyrone.
Sorry, Sarah hasn't finished. You Karen.
Green arrows, lots of people talking about this generally in the public, but also people talking about traffic efficiency and bits and pieces in their submissions. And it's just a noting / action point 1. The council will hold a workshop on green turning arrows to enable feedback from elected members on including more green turning arrows at intersections on either a standalone basis or as part of a wider upgrade at key sites across the city to inform the next annual plan. Yeah, so Yanni seconded that one. 48 Balmoral Lane, that council removed 48 Balmoral Lane from the disposal process submission 458, and the staff recommendation is actually that happens. They're saying, yeah, except for all of them should go ahead apart from 48 Balmoral, so they agree that it should come out. And I put Mel down as the second of that one. Is that okay, Mel? Taking 48 Balmoral Lane out of the property disposal.
Can we just
Okay.
check, did we get a second on all of these? Because.
Yes, I've got.
Yeah,
I've got them.
Yep.
Okay.
And yeah, oh, you haven't got any, Tyro. We'll move on to.
You should ask, your worship.
We don't need pizzas with there.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that.
40 minutes.
So all 50 of mine are seconded by councillor Coker, except for the one that I'm going to read out first, which is I'm going to invite councillor Henstock to second, which is, and I'll read that first, even though it's number 8, that we reduce the size of the capital program to no more than 520 million, down from 550. So it's with staff at the moment. So do you have a question on that?
Yep, what are you going to cut?
Well, that's for staff to work out, isn't it?
No, it's for us
not
to work
now.
out.
Yeah, well,
You have
okay.
to-
Well, we'll come back to that then. Well, I'll wait for staff advice on that.
Do you have a seconder for that at the moment?
Yeah.
Even not knowing what's going to be cut?
Yeah. We're asking staff to identify further lower priority or less delivery-led projects, was my understanding, Tyro.
We couldn't do that today, so we would need to have that in the future annual plan. If you're
Or you guys
asking
could,
staff,
you guys could spend the lunch break looking at projects you'd like to.
Sure.
Don't pick one of mine.
If it's number 8, you've obviously got 7 more.
It's up to us to do.
I've got 12.
Right.
So, in no particular order, so a grant for the Te Waka Littleton Museum, but that's in the next annual plan year. So that's for next year, so no rates impact in this year, so it's putting a placeholder in.
We get cut next year, not.
Well, it's actually not part of the capital program, it's just a grant, Jake.
We'll do that as part of.
So the number 2 is a 50,000 grant in this financial year to support the fundraising efforts of Te Waka Littleton Museum, as they're trying to build a fundraising drive to be able to fund the whole museum through charitable donations. I've already been to 3 fundraising quizzes for them, and I don't want to go to 14,000 of them. Multicultural and youth engagement in Akaroa. So this is rates neutral. It's just about asking staff to continue working with the community in Akaroa to identify youth and multicultural needs and facilitate access to our facilities over in Akaroa and support those developments. So that's really about operational capacity. $200,000 grant for the Akaroa Visitor Economy initiative. So that's come through from the Banks Peninsula Community Board submission. So they didn't put a number on it. Right? So that's about, so at the moment, Christchurch NZ is responsible for helping develop the visitor economy in Akaroa, and at the moment they're operating at minimal viable product and don't really have any spare capacity. I think that we're really missing a trick with not being able to help develop the Akaroa and the Bays visitor economy, and I think that a grant in this year will go a long way towards supporting that.
Okay.
Well, it's through, I'm suggesting through Christchurch NZ, but it's tagged to Akaroa and the Bays working with subcontractors.
Sorry. Yeah, so can I just ask if that's money that CNZ would then use to like hire staff to do the work, or is it a grant that then people would apply to CNZ to do their own stuff?
Trying to get into the nitty-gritty of it, it's to be administered by, in my amendment, it's administered by Christchurch NZ with the option to subcontract to a local provider, such as Akaroa District Promotions.
Yeah. Celeste, do you have a question?
Similar around where the funding's being, do Christchurch.
My preference would be for it to sit with CNZ, but tag for Akaroa.
And as a follow-up, do Christchurch NZ have budget for this type of thing? There's no budget for anything in Banks Peninsula for delivery of that program?
Not specifically, no. So
Can we get some information, because we're still a bit vague on the Christchurch NZ bit? But thank you, yeah.
so that's a 0.03% increase in rates, so a third of 1%. Sorry, 0.03 of 1%. Yeah. Got any for Christchurch? Community consultation on Kukapa Hostel in Akaroa, so that the rate's neutral, but that's that was in submissions. Support for the Akaroa and Bays Emergency Response Team, so there's been a really strong community initiative over in Akaroa for resilience planning and responding civil defence response. There's, as I understand it, a $1.9 million fund for the whole city that's been allocated to those initiatives. I just want to make sure that a proportion of it's allocated to ABERT, which is the Akaroa and Bays Emergency Response Team. This one's much easier. Gaiety Hall internet connectivity, that's $3,000. That would probably do that out of DRF. Anyway, it was in submission, so I put it in as an amendment.
That's a question about the.
Sorry, yeah, Celeste just wants to.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
With the civil defence funding, I'd be good to get clarification whether that's for the capital program stuff in terms of replacing sirens. What is the 1.9 million?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm just trying to say, like, the ABERT team have asked for, an allocation.
I just wonder if
approximately
through the annual
200,000.
plan, we got requests for, and this is in support of your request, I think it's a good idea, but there was a request for a contestable fund to be set up across the city.
Yeah.
So I'm just wanting to understand what work has been done on that, because it should come out of that. And across the city, we should have a contestable fund for groups like this to apply to.
Oh, look, in theory, I'm expecting that the money will be available. I just want to make sure that I've
Be good to
been
get
explicit
understand
about it.
where that's coming from and how that will work across the city.
Almost there, team. So number 9, pathway to demolition for the Steadfast Reserve garage. So this is a building in the Steadfast Reserve in Cass Bay that has been identified as a place to put a community facility. At the moment, the community have not been able to find a pathway through to getting a location for the community facility. There is a building on the site that's been identified as the best place. I just want to be able to fast track that through to a community board decision one way or another as to whether or not that building can be demolished. It's currently protected by council policy as the site has heritage values. The building itself has no heritage values, it's full of asbestos and sitting on a cracked concrete block, and it's no value to anyone in my view. Information centres in Banks Peninsula. So this is a request through the community board submission. It's $100,000 to support the information centres in Littleton, Wairewa and Akaroa. As I understand it, the Littleton and Wairewa ones are already supported through strengthening communities anyway. So I'm just making sure that the Akaroa one has some support. If that fails, $15,000 to support wages for an Akaroa Information Centre coordinator. That's number 11. And then finally, Akaroa Wastewater Project. I want to suspend all non-essential planting, fencing and roading works at Robertson's Bay and Hammond Point wastewater sites, pending the outcome of the deferred wastewater discharge consent process. And if possible, divert that money into rehabilitating waterways in Robertson's Bay.
Do that by plants.
So we have assigned to work on, but have you got submissions that you're referring to these?
Absolutely. On the Akaroa wastewater project one, yep, I would refer you to.
On all of them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yep.
So just a question.
I could number the submissions, but yeah, for each one.
Andre,
you just question, one part you mentioned, Tyrone, was about funding in the 26-27 year.
Yep.
Are we able to do that as part of a annual plan process?
It's about, I mean, maybe in this, it's a noting provision, putting a placeholder in for next year.
Gotcha, yeah.
Oh, yes, you can.
Aaron?
Yeah, and there was a couple of submitters raised the amalgamation. I'll second your motion on that, Tyrone.
Righto, okay. Mel?
Thank you, Tyrone, you've done a lot of work in there. I've got two. One is the Harewood School pedestrian crossing, making that a raised platform at the cost of $35,000 because the school students and principal came in to present to us about that. Second, Tim. And the other one I have is for the Addington Park toilet or pavilion. So we have Addington Farm has got a lease to create a community garden there, and there's a toilet block, and the Parks unit will fund the toilet renewal and the roof, but it's getting leased, so it's a council-owned building, but the group is wanting to use the changing sheds, the old showers. It's just totally unusable, and I don't think, in my view, we should request them to pay that when it's going to be owned by council, and any benefits out of that, if they don't exist in 50 years' time, will be councils. So that's, I've put $70,000 additional budget towards that park toilet project.
How much was it now?
Sorry?
How much?
70,000, because that's the amount the group say is required for that part of what they're doing, and that's from the community board submission.
Did you get the 35 grand for the raised intersection?
On staff advice when I asked a question via the.
Start using that contract.
Yeah, thank you. That's right.
No, I just have one, if we could put my amendment first, which is we disregard any amendments that add to the rates bill this year. So if we can put that first, that would be a useful debate.
Okay, and
Any subsequent decisions.
All right, now I've just got one. I've got a noting provision. It's for the annual plan because in behind, just by Joe's garage in Church Corner in there, and behind all those lovely Asian eateries there, we sadly own council 4 blocks of land that are used for car parks, which are of no use whatsoever. But it's to staff assess whether or not council should retain these properties. This is for the next annual plan, so we're just getting it into the system because I can't chuck it in. I'd love to chuck it in there, but I can't because it didn't come self on it. The other thing is just while Tyrone was talking about things, now that this is going to not go down well.
Right now.
I'll talk to him. I'll talk to Tyrone.
Carry on.
No, tell us.
Carry on.
Pauline, you got a question?
After you.
No, no, it's right.
You can't leave us in suspense like
The
that.
question was, what is your question?
Okay, no, that's good. So.
I've interrupted the open mouth policy, sorry. But, just a question for Councillor McDonald, with your amendment, I mean, is that actually
Yeah,
process-wise, is that
we've
pushable?
suspended standing orders, so we can do that.
Okay, and secondly, if, for instance, Councillor Field's amendment went through, which is going to save 0.3 on the capital program, if that was successful, would you then soften your amendment so long as maybe to say that it didn't increase what we've got in the draft? Is that actually your?
No, basically,
intention?
any amendment that's on the table now, that advice comes back that increases the rates.
From the 6.7?
Yep, so that we then consider, we vote on my resolution, which is if that pass, none of those amendments can go forward.
No, but what I'm saying is that if Councillor Field's one went forward, put that first, that's a saving of 0.3, that gives a little bit of a buffer for other people.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
Yeah,
okay?
Yep.
Okay,
If
so you really, you're just actually saying does not exceed what
Oh, no,
we've
no,
consulted
no.
on 6.7.
No. So if you want it, take, by all means, if Tyrone can, I mean, I don't think that'll be capable of being put. but
We'll come back with
do
some
that.
procedural advice.
Yeah, Sarah?
I know, I'll wait for the procedural advice because it's just not.
All right. Okay, we will now take a break while staff get their head around this.
Mr. Mayor, procedurally, if Sam's one's put and it wins, we don't put rates up beyond the amount stated this morning.
It saves a lot
Then
of work.
staff don't have to do all that work.
Well, no, because there's some But I've proposed budget.
Need legal
still
advice.
need-
Yeah,
still
yeah.
need advice
Sam
on
said,
that.
Sam's one was ones that raise.
Yeah, but we
Any
don't know
that
what
don't
that is, we
raise,
don't
Know
know
what
what
they
that
are
is yet. So
it's
we
normally
have
pretty
to
obvious
advise.
on a new shed.
Karen,
Pretty obvious it's not.
Mr. Chair, can we move on?
So let the staff do their, go away, do their
No,
thinking.
don't really.
All right, so,
Cut it, mate.
this may take some time, so thank you very much. You won't be sitting down to at least 1:30, okay?
Back at the end and then get your finalised version. So we are going to work through initially Councillor McDonald's regulation or amendment. And then depending on what happens with that, we will then move on to the community parks and property ones. Then we may take a break and then come back and do the water and transport. So just a short break and come back to water and transport. So you will, the template that you're about to get, or that has got, it has put forward answers, then it has some staff advice, including a potential alternative recommendation that we make procedurally sound and it's votable on. And the does refer to the submissions about this, the number of submissions, and also it does refer to the any financial impact. So that will be in the PDF. We're having trouble printing at the moment. But
So that will take a very long time, so we might just need to work on.
Okay. So we might start off with a PDF. We can start off with Councillor McDonald's one. Before, I just need to remind you and draw to your attention that we put out a document, or you put out a draft. We received some submissions back, and based on those submissions, you are putting forward. What you will need to weigh up as you do that is this a significant change or would have a significant impact? And if so, have we given people who will be impacted by that decision an opportunity to have a say about it? So if it wasn't in the document, the consultation document, and it's going to have significant impact, you probably have to really consider seriously whether you can make that decision today and that you have got community views. So while you may have one or two submitters saying do X, these people over here knew you were going to do X, would they have submitted and say definitely don't do X? So you need to weigh that up. If it's a significant decision, most of the decisions potentially would not be fall within that range, or most of the amendments wouldn't, but you do need to weigh up, do you have a sufficient understanding of community views to make the decision, and does one submission or two submissions or even just a handful of submissions allow you to do that? So that's something you'll have to weigh up in your mind. Does this meet the threshold of the local government?
For the colleagues around the table who said their amendments didn't have no effect on rates, are they going to be put separately?
They will be in the information that's put up. We will be putting the implications on rates. So is that
Should be sent via email now. It will be on the screen as well.
Okay.
Starting at A61, and that can go up Leonie.
We're getting it electronic PDF, or is it all printouts?
It should be coming electronically very shortly.
Okay.
I've sent it, so it's quite a large file though.
On a big tin can, or is it on the?
I can put it on the big tin can.
Email's fine.
Yeah, I've sent it via email.
No, I'm fine.
So we start with page 61 while we wait for the rest of it to come. So A61 is what we understand is Councillor McDonald's amendment, seconded by Councillor Kewen. Can we just clarify whether that was your wording of your submission? This was
Well,
one.
it's effectively increase the rates So it wouldn't be beyond the figure, it's just like anything that adds to the rates today.
For this year or?
Yes.
Yeah, for this year.
Or for for the next annual plan, yeah.
So can I just clarify, so if we had an amendment that took a 1% off, but one thing that's put on 0.01%, you're saying cover the whole thing?
Correct, you can.
So even 1%, you'd forego 1% reduction because someone put an amendment.
Well, that wouldn't be an increase, so it wouldn't fall on that.
Clarified that before the question, Tyrone.
So what I understand is that if this one is successful, or what this one is proposing is that there are no amendments that actually have a late impact would go ahead unless it was a negative impact, unless it reduced rates.
It's just that what Sam said doesn't
No,
correspond.
that's what we were just clarifying, because there was some confusion then. Councillor McDonald put his amendment, and then Pauline suggested a variation to that, and we didn't quite capture what the final amendment was, so that's why we're starting off clarifying.
Well, basically that we don't end up with a rate increase over and above what we're sitting at now in the draft.
That's not what councillor, that's what you had suggested, and we recorded it. It's not what councillor McDonald was
Any of the
saying.
amendments today that increase rates.
Okay.
So
do you want the original wording back?
So just take this one out.
No, just add all.
That's all that.
But regardless of what the total ends up at, Sam.
And just point
like, but your ones will be considered separately.
Does that apply to the staff amendments as well?
No, they're all ends.
The staff have proposed a number of amendments. Does that also apply to those?
No, those are our amendments. So they're the ones that have been raised today.
Well, that doesn't say that.
It says any, so the sheet, the capital program that we've got a whole bunch of amendments.
We're in the annual plan.
Hang on, right, we've got a couple of questions here. Sarah, please.
Thanks. I'm just wondering, because the definition of an amendment is something that makes a change to the document in front of us. And I'm just wondering in what way this qualifies to be an amendment by actually making a change to the document in front of us, which is the draft annual plan.
So
rather than being a
Ron,
procedural motion instead.
we did discuss this and got legal advice, so Ron, do you want to respond?
Yes, the legal advice was that it could be put as an amendment. Change the amendment. So my advice is that, if I can read it out, is that before this amendment is able to be put, you must be satisfied that you have considered the views and preferences of the persons likely to be affected by the decision. The significance of the decision, that means that you must assess the importance of the decision and the likely impact on the people expected to be affected by and have an interest in the decision. The final impact of the decision will mean that the amendments that increase the rates may not be put. This amendment is able to be put as it is open to you to not incur any expenditure based on the trial.
Can I clarify further then? So is it not significant that this resolution would limit our ability to consider submissions from the community that asked for projects to be done? And the number of people that submitted or expected things to be done through the annual plan.
That's exactly what I've said. You have to consider the significance. So, yeah.
Exactly, but there are times, hang on, Pauline, hang on. But sometimes we are told that something is of such a significance it would need to be reconsulted on. So for example, Selwyn chose not to consult on some stuff. I mean, this makes a mockery of consultation with the community if we then have a resolution which says we can't make changes based on that consultation.
So my understanding is what you will need to do as councillors is weigh up the fact that you put a draft out, you've got people submitted in good faith to that, some suggested changes, some didn't, and now you have to weigh up, actually, was there anything that what you heard that actually warrants a change and an increase, or are you satisfied that there was nothing that warrants a rate increase, and then you'd
Is it above and beyond the feedback we've previously given? So that this isn't, today is not the first day we've provided feedback on the submissions.
Can I just clarify though, that the consideration that you've just mentioned there, Mary, that's for the actual amendments themselves and whether they warrant going up. But the consideration that we'd be making on this particular resolution is whether we should be able to debate and consider resolutions based on submissions or not.
You're making a judgment. So you have debated and there's been many workshops and you've made some variations and changes. You'll be deciding now, do you as a group want to? It's not, nobody's saying it's legal, that you legally can't do this. It's you decide. This is your decision to make. Are you happy with going in this course of action or are you not happy?
So my process question then is, given that this resolution in itself calls for a lack of further basically amendments from councillors on many of them, that we should be debating this one separately to debating the other ones which are actually about potential changes. So otherwise we don't get to debate whether we should do this or not.
It's your decision.
No, process-wise, it would be the mayor's decision on whether we have a debate now.
Just one.
Oh, you mean debate it now?
We would have to debate that.
2 tranches.
Tyler, you have a question?
No, I think Sarah's covered it.
Thank you. I guess just what I'm wanting to be really clear on is what amendments this then rules out entirely. So, because some amendments could bounce things around, like something gets taken out, something goes back in, you end up in a certain toga. But I'm not quite clear on how those will be put and what order. Yeah, I'm just not quite following that process. Like you go for it. Does it mean that we will no longer be allowed to have any more chlorine-free taps, for example?
Yes.
No longer allowed to vote on having more chlorine-free taps in Christchurch.
The debate will be, should the debate continue essentially in essence,
Yeah.
but I still just don't see how it's an amendment, but
No.
that's fine, that's my critique.
But I
of
just
the advice.
want to be really clear on exactly which amendments are ruled out altogether. So some of them will have no rates impact and some of them will. But like we've just had these put in.
No rate impact, like if we're getting a report and things won't be put.
Because they're not making an increase.
But the ones that are actually going from the number we have today and adding to it will be,
But let's say if there's one that reduces it slightly, then there's some that then put it back. Like if you do this,
so if they reduce it, they would be put separately, but they're not part of this, so they wouldn't be struck out.
It should mean the rate number is lower.
Yeah.
There's no way of being able to put something in that makes it higher if we vote.
So you could look at something and say you'd like a report back on it, or you'd like some further advice on the next annual plan, but this is saying nothing get added.
So we would change, if this passed, then we would go through a process of changing the other amendments to be ones that ask for information and get staff to process those for us so that we can put those, is that right?
You chose to do, yes, if you chose to.
Right. Is that clear what we've got written on the wall?
Yep.
Now?
Yep. Aaron, you're happy with that, eh?
Okay.
So,
Yeah, all right.
do we have an idea, or when will we have an idea of the quantum of the added what's the amendments that have been put forward today have added to the rate?
Oh, it's in the document.
It's gone down to 61.
It's not total, we haven't totaled it.
Worship, we'd only know that once you've decided each individual item, but we'll keep track of it and we can do that quite shortly. We do know, sorry. Through you, we have worked out the rate impact of each individual one, but of course it's whether they're passed or not, and we will keep track of that. Say here's the cumulative one way or the other.
Pauline?
So I'm not sure what your process here, what I'm thinking is that you're wanting to put this first before we do anything else. But my view is we need to know what the rate impact is of all the submissions. They might all add up to something like 0.35 over and above the 6.7 that we have. Therefore, councillors who may have initially supported Sam's amendment may not, because they think, look what we can at 0.35. When I think we need that information before we do this. And I also think we need to consider what the net result would be, because there are some amendments that are proposed to save a rate, and we could still end up by getting a few extra things in, but still landing on the 6.7. I think we need this information first.
In that case, do we need to adjourn till Thursday, because it's quite a bit to work out? Yeah.
We should keep going today.
Or just be cautious and vote against this and proceed.
Yeah, that's right. If it's up, it's up. If it's down, it's down.
So that there's few people want to debate it.
Yeah, no, we've got to let
We
people.
could have just said, look, don't worry, you're gonna make your submissions, and then we're gonna turn around and say.
Okay,
Yeah, some more.
this one that's on the wall behind me has been moved and seconded. There's been questions flying around all over the place, but we'll start debating this one separately rather than the whole lot, like we were going to do. Okay, so who would like to start off debating this one?
Yeah.
Do Paul and then Sarah, is that right?
Nobody wants to see rate increases at all, but we need to be pragmatic and listen to the submitters who came in. What is the point of them coming in if we don't listen to anybody? I can't support this without having the information of what a potential rate increase is with the amendments. Look, quite frankly, I couldn't see anything in there that was going to have a major increase or even actually increase it above what we've actually got in the draft anyway. So I'd really encourage you, if we support this amendment now, we're cutting off all consideration of all of our representation for our communities who came and gave us the time. When we consider what people have told us, and we consider the amendments that have gone up, then we can vote for or against the amendments individually. And I think that is a better process than just saying, let's not consider anything. So I encourage you, don't support this now, let's continue the process and figure out what any of the facts are, and they may well need the same or even less.
Okay. Sarah?
This resolution, and I'm still not quite sure how it becomes to be an actual amendment rather than procedural motion, but that's by the by. It makes a complete mockery of the consultation process that we have just had. Councillors are elected to be able to make decisions, to consider community input, and then make some decisions for our community. And this would completely kneecap any councillor from being able to represent their community or the wider community into things that they want to achieve. There are things that impact rates that some people might think are unnecessary. One of my amendments, for example, does increase rates, but it does that to install water meters in unmetered properties across the city. People were very clear when we put the excess water charges in place that they didn't like the fact that it was unfair because some properties didn't have a meter. People assumed that program was up and running and that we were, going across the city installing lots of meters. That hasn't been the case. But if my colleague doesn't want water meters installed across the city to make our water charging fairer for everyone, then that's on him. But I, for one, would be keen to do that. I'm also very keen to increase funding for accessibility for some of our disabled people in the city who currently, for example, can't get onto a bus stop because there's no cut down, those kind of things. Chlorine-free water stations, a decision-making transparency system costs a small amount of money to do. Our communities have been very clear they want to understand how we make decisions. It's one of the things that's ranked really lowly in our residents' survey. But it does cost a small amount of money, which is why I've put an amendment in. And if my colleagues aren't keen for us to be transparent and open about our decision-making, again, that's on them. I think this completely undermines the democratic process, makes a mockery of consultation, and I won't be voting for it.
Yeah, look, I mean, I in some ways don't have any skin in the game because none of my amendments increase rates this year. the ones that are in order anyway. The one that's not, it's not, there's only one in order. It's not that there are some that are out of order that would, but I couldn't possibly support this, and I don't agree with the advice that we've received that this is a valid amendment. I think it should have been ruled out of order, but again, it's not. We are where we are, and it is what it is. But I think that, you know, now that the precedent has been set that you could essentially gazump the entire amendment process, that can happen every year now.
Yeah.
We could quite plausibly be in a scenario where every single year no amendments would ever be considered. What type of plan process and city would that be? I just think that's I think that's a shocking precedent. So thank you.
Okay, sorry, Tyler.
Kilda, yeah, I mean, I can't support this. I mean, others have said that it makes a mockery of the whole submissions process. I agree. We got 140 oral submissions in this year. 1 in every 5 of them was from residents of Banks Peninsula. That's pretty good for 2% of the population of Christchurch. But my residents know and expect me to go into bat for them. I've read their submissions. I've responded. Some of them will increase rates by very, 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 like 10 cents on a rates bill or something like that. You know, they expect me to go in, and I'm responding to that, and so I absolutely have to do that and be a strong voice for them.
Okay, thank you, Andre.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, my concern here is that something like this would mean that we can't then vote on chlorine-free water stations for different parts of our city. And that's something that's come back quite strongly. Or if there's no budget on, for example, but likewise, if there's budget on and it's no longer needed, then it doesn't have to be spent. So I can't understand why we'd be supporting something that doesn't allow us to put some money on budget for new chlorine-free water stations. And the mover and seconder of this have got chlorine-free water stations in their part of the city, but they don't exist in the other part of the city. It doesn't seem particularly fair that you rule out something like that. But if what this is about is saying these bad councillors voted against this, you know, measure to keep rates low today, and the difference is 6.77, and then it might go up to 6.78 for the sake of chlorine-free water taps or something else, and that's to say, well, you know, we tried to keep rates low. If that's what this is about, and we end up not putting money on budget for things like chlorine-free water stations, that's how it's reading to me. If I don't have the opportunity to vote on putting money on budget for chlorine-free water stations for the sake of 0.01, which is what I'm reading here, if that's what this is all about, and we're going to sacrifice something like that, that's seriously disappointing.
Yeah, look, thank you. Facts of the matter are we all have a vote, and you can vote against this. So no one is stopping democracy. This is actually democracy, and it's a free country, and someone has put something up who has listened to ratepayers, and everyone around this table has acknowledged the cost of living crisis. And one of those things, the cost of living, is the level of rates. So our fellow councillor has actually acknowledged that and has done this as they are able to. We can all vote against it, and I am actually going to vote against this because with every amendment put up, we can vote for it or against it, so we can keep the rates down or whatever in individual ways. I mean, I think it's just a wee bit overplaying it about, you know, the lack of democracy and how it's making a farce of the process. This is exactly the process, and people are seeing it in action, and it is transparent because it's being live streamed. So I appreciate what you're trying to achieve, Sam, and I totally acknowledge it, but I will be voting against it because I am going to vote individually on each of the amendments which others have put forward, and I also don't know what the total of the added from all these amendments are. That'll be really good to have, but we're putting our staff under huge pressure in a short period of time, so I totally acknowledge that as well. So I'm going to follow the democratic process as it's meant to be in the public. Thank you.
Aaron.
Yeah, I just want to address a couple of things. One is around the chlorine-free water stations. I thought we had information literally this morning that made it clear that with the changes coming through the legislation, that we can just go ahead and do it for literally the cost of a tap. So the parks team who are sitting in the room would be able to put the taps in. There's probably as many parks as you want that could be chlorine free. And okay, so maybe the government's telling fibs then, if you're shaking your head to that, but that was the information we received, so I'll take that as gospel. The other one is the water charging is already unfair because we charge for water based on your capital value, not on the amount you use. So I don't know how more unfair water could be charged, because you get charged on the capital value, get the same amount of water, then you get overbilled if you used more than your neighbour that might have paid 1/10 of the amount that you did. So that if that's not unfair, I'm not sure what your measurement of fairness is. And then all the big decisions in this, and the reason why I support Sam so strongly on this, and Tim alluded to the cost of living crisis, and this just draws a line in the sand and says, yes, there is a cost of living crisis. Would love to add things. I wanted to add things today as well, but I deliberately did not at this point in time because the people in my city cannot afford it. They've made that pretty clear. In a lot of submissions, did mention that. All the big decisions have been workshopped and added in already. And I wouldn't go to, some people might say some of the amendments today are vote buying, but beyond that, the big ones have already been done. The museum, the digital software, the capital program realignment. We've got a whole list for everyone that was at the workshop yesterday of the what has been gone through and agreed to by consensus or not. So if your amendment was so important, you would have workshopped it in the days or weeks leading up to this, gone to staff, got the advice, made it public,
We were told
and had
we
the
could put them
feedback.
up until today.
Yes, you can.
We
And
didn't. We were told not to.
so you never raised some of these things with staff?
We asked if we could do it beforehand and we were told no.
Okay, so
It's a good suggestion.
no, that's fair enough. If you weren't allowed to raise them before today, that's fine. But I raised mine, had talks with staff, and basically realised that it wouldn't float. So I didn't add them because it would have added to the people of Christchurch's cost of living crisis. So that is your vote right here. Do you want to add to that or do you not? It's a clear vote. Just make your decision and read it on Facebook tonight.
So that is what this is about.
Yeah, literally. It's drawing a line in the sand so the people of Christchurch can see how they're represented. It's very clear. It's very clear.
Oh,
Vote
James.
wisely.
Oh, sorry. Kelly, then James.
Yeah, I like the sentiment of what Sam's trying to achieve. I suspect in this case it's probably going to fail. But as Councillor Scandrick points out, it's democracy at work, and we can vote for individual projects. I don't know what you guys do in your spare time, but I spend most of mine door knocking. And the single biggest issue that people raise with me by a long shot is the continual rates rises. They find it hard to fathom and hard to understand. I mean, obviously, I explained to them that there are factors outside our control. We've got to finish the stadium. We've got cost of borrowing, $100 million a year. We've got inflation. But I think what I like about Sam's idea is really that it sends a message that we're actually listening to the ratepayers. And in terms of my amendment, I simply wanted to find an opportunity for us to do something small in the area at no cost to rates. And it was something that was submitted on at our community board and in the annual plan hearings. And so I thought it was actually quite reasonable. So I think if you look hard, there are opportunities to massage this so that we're not having a big impact on rates. I think this sends the right message if people would support it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which way it goes. Cheers.
Yeah, I don't buy the argument that this amendment isn't about hearing submitters. It's about whether or not we actually heard the core message from the submitters who came in to speak to us. And that message was really clear. It was that rates are already too high as it is. This amendment doesn't prevent us from responding to those submitters at all. It simply says that we need to do so within an existing funding envelope. So I'm moving an amendment about reprioritising funding for a local playground. Like, sure, we could have taken an approach where we just put more money on budget, or we could reprioritise funding, and I've opted for the latter, so it works within the current budget. You know, to me, good governance isn't about just spending more. Our job isn't to say yes to everything. It's to make choices, and it's about setting priorities and cutting our cloth accordingly. So I will most certainly be supporting this, because that's the message that couldn't have come through any further. If we haven't really, perception surveys, the Life in Christchurch surveys, or sat in the room when the submitters came in or read the submissions, then I'd urge you to vote against it. But if you have the overwhelming strong sentiment from our community, it is that rates are too high and that we should work within existing budgets and cut our cloth accordingly. So I'll be supporting the amendment.
Thank you.
I can't help but look at the politicisation of that line, and I'd actually rather it be keeping the rates under a certain number instead of do not consider any council proposed amendments to 25-26 annual plan that increases the rates. I mean, keeping it at a 6.9% rates impact would actually be probably more pragmatic if we were going to actually be a council that works together, because we all have the same views that we want to keep rates affordable and at a low rate. And we all know that everyone's feeling the burdens of these rates increases, while at the same time there are needs like the chlorine, for example, or culture galore, which more than 10,000 people turn up to. And there's all of these things that we could be providing for the community that is actually a bang for buck. And in contrast to what people say around cutting rates, they actually like chlorine-free water. They want those things. And what this motion here does is it declines, this amendment, is it declines the right for people to have chlorine-free water. So that's why I'm going to be not supporting this today.
Melanie?
Yeah, obviously I won't be supporting this today. Sorry, Sam. You probably guessed that. Look, there's a heap of amendments here. I haven't even counted. It's got a number of them at the end. These are, my overwhelming feel from the people that came to talk to us was actually about the things that we can help them with as a city. And there's costs and there's benefits, and you can look at the costs in terms of a dollar value, or the benefits in terms of a dollar value. But you can also look at them as what's the cost on a community if we don't do something? What's the benefit to a community if we do something? Some of these things that we may put through may have a tiny increase on everybody's rates, but for an individual family or for an individual person may save them a lot of money, or a lot of stress, or a lot of time. And those things, those benefits are much more important to me if we do that in a wise way and think about each of these, because people have come to us to talk about them and they really want to see us do the best that we can for them, and we need to listen to them. And I think a carte blanche approach is unacceptable.
Yanni?
Thank you. The problem I have with this amendment is that we spent a whole bunch of time having guidance and having staff introduce a whole bunch of changes to the draft annual plan after the consultation, that some of which increased rates, and they weren't ruled out of order. But then as us as councillors, they weren't rejected for consideration. But then when we come as councillors, our opportunity to raise things through the democratic process, we've got an amendment that's trying to limit what we can do, which I don't really agree with. And I say that as a councillor who's actually put forward, hopefully when we get the figures back, I think most of anything that I've put to that will increase rates has been offset by a substitution to actually lower rates. So most of the things that I put forward should be cost neutral. So I don't think it's right that a blanket amendment like this prevents us from having that consideration. I think at the appropriate time to do this would be at the end of the amendment process. If you're unhappy at the proposed level of rates increase that we have come up with, then that's the time to vote against the annual plan, because you don't believe that the rates increase is something that's affordable for people. I do think there are opportunities that we have to reduce rates, and I would encourage the councillors that don't want rates to increase to actually signal what it is that you want to cut or what it is that you want to reduce so that the community can have transparency over that. I think that's, to me,
It was the amendments.
really important. So, but I think, we've had community boards that have come in as part of this process as well. And I think for us to not have any ability to consider the feedback from the community in terms of an amendment process wouldn't be fair to those community boards and the work that they've done. So yeah, I appreciate the intent of this because there's concern about the level of increase to the rates. But I do also find it ironic that just last week we voted $7 million extra to put onto rates to fund development contributions through a consultation that we're now just going out with today. And yet here we are at the annual plan, the draft budget, being told we shouldn't approve anything that increases rates. So I think there's a bit of an irony about that. So anyway, I look forward to the ability to consider our amendments and both ones that raise and ones that decrease.
Thank you, Yanni. Sam.
Yeah, so I guess just to wrap up, the intent of this was to not put the additional increases that have been proposed today. So unless I haven't been here for the last 8 weeks, we've worked pretty well with the council staff, taking the themes of the submission and reflecting them through into what was a draft annual plan. What often happens is that we get a flurry of stuff on the last day and go, it's just another $50,000 there, another $50,000 there. And we get to a point where we cumulatively take more money off people of Christchurch. So this was simply to say, actually, let's put a line in the sand. If you need reports, you can get reports. But actually this time round, let's see whether the council was prepared to say no more than what was the draft proposed. So very, very simple, not anti-democratic at all. I find that quite offensive actually, because we have been through a consultation process where we have read the submissions, heard from people and looked through the thematics. So I just don't understand how that could even be possible. And I guess the concern I have is the politicisation of it. I think Tyler mentioned, or the need to be pragmatic. It's like that thing, we do work together quite well, but actually in a healthy democracy, it's important we have different views on stuff. Ultimately we'll vote on this and I'll get on with the decision because that's what you do. But to say this is political when I talk to people every day who say we don't cut our cloth, and we don't. I think the team have worked really hard this year and we throw stuff in at the last minute to keep adding to the bill. And I just find that the whole chlorine-free water station thing, again, that just does not make sense. If anyone read and that's my frustration around this place, if people read the advice that comes through, it is all there. That even the amendments today request that staff provide additional advice on the extension of chlorine-free water stations because the legislation is changing. Everyone knows the legislation is changing. So to say that we would go and put them in now when we can get more value for money later in the year because of the legislation change does not make sense. It is an absolute cop-out to say that what I propose here is to get rid of chlorine-free water stations, when if everyone read everything that comes through to us, the advice has been really clear. So I just get incredibly, as you can probably tell, frustrated by that because we get everything to read, and if we read it, it would be there. So I think that's probably me. I'd like everyone to support it, please. But I suspect I haven't done very well in convincing a couple of people.
Thank you, Sam. And with that, I will put this motion.
Excuse me, can we just follow the staff instruction to raise our hands when we're voting? That's what you wanted?
I'll just call it division, make it easier.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll just do it. So all of those in favour of what's written behind me on the board?
Doing division.
Oh, division straight away. Okay.
Because it'll do it.
Can't do it anyway. We're saving 30 seconds.
It's easier for Facebook.
Want to be accurate.
It doesn't need it.
Sam doesn't want to politicise. Do you want to put it on Facebook tonight?
Will the legislation,
Why openness and
Lazy to
transparency?
consider.
will the legislation make it cheaper to build drainage, access improvements and car parking?
So
will legislation make it cheaper to build drainage, access improvements and car parking? Or
it'll make it way cheaper for the water stations, which is what the advice says.
Did you read
I'm
the
reading
advice?
the
Pushing out rates.
I'm reading the advice.
Our advice, but did you read the advice that I got through initially? That I sent through this morning? The one that I got this morning.
It came through about 3 waters.
You just have 4 people talking at once.
You just made it 5.
Right, here's Sam, gonna do the division.
It won't be on screen because we're having some technical issues there. So for the amendment that is on screen, Councillor Moore
No.
Councillor Johansson. No. Deputy Mayor Cotter.
No.
Councillor McClellan.
No.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen.
Yes.
Councillor Fields.
No.
The Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
No. Sadly.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Templeton.
Oh, no.
Councillor Donovan.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
Councillor Henstock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 against.
That's lost by the narrowest of margins.
This is lucky I voted.
Okay,
Couldn't have stayed.
right.
Would have been quicker if the advice.
So now we start off.
We start off.
That's 45 minutes.
Amendments.
That's more procedure.
Number one.
Okay, here goes, Mary's on it.
But we do,
Just to leave
the
room
ones
for it
that we need to start with first are the ones, so we'll guide you through them, the ones that are looking at the community, the recreational sport and the property, because they are the most completed. Then we'll move on to water, and then we just need to have a 2 minutes break and just check in on the transport ones. Start with A4 on your sheet, community, the report on the SMAC PAC multi-year funds. Page 6.
Question. These amendments that are being presented to us, are they going to be presented in packages for us to debate?
One debate.
For,
Whole thing.
yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, I should have read that, Tyler. We will now go through each amendment one by one for questions only. Staff will provide any information we need to consider. Councillors can then ask questions of the mover. Councillors can then ask questions of the staff. Movers and seconders will then need to confirm the amendment. So the ones that we weren't going to do are now happening, which is fine, and we're allowed to do that. And then we'll talk about them all, a whole lot, which I can't remember how many there is, on you. We will then have one debate on all the amendments, okay?
So this first one is probably very quick and very clear. This is just to tidy up the recommendation for the amendment and the staff recommendation, which is just saying it's not limiting it to that one.
So it's only asking for a report.
Yes, the first one was only asking for, the amendment was only asking for a report, and staff are just suggesting a slight tweak to that wording.
So it's still just asking for a report.
Yeah.
No rats on it.
No, that's in
No rats in it.
Okay, so we move on?
Yep.
No questions on that?
I think it'd be helpful if you could just indicate if they were happy for the amendment.
They were, yes.
You were the mover.
It was.
Oh, sorry, he was nodding. So I was like, but he was nodding, so sorry.
He thought you were saying there was another increase on the way.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor.
It's just that that's what they're going to vote on.
Happy with it?
But the first time you called it
Yeah,
that, I
I
think
think-
it's good effect, as long as it can work in with the strength in communities, which I think it can with that timing, so.
And
Yeah, appreciate stuff. looking at that.
we should have no trouble with any of them that have no rates in it.
Okay, everyone happy with that? No questions? Great. So if we now move on to the next one, which is on page 13, parks, plant species management plan.
A12.
Yeah, we'll probably do the community ones at once. But I've got this. Let's pay A12. one has just made a note and provision to note that actually works underway to assess the implementation plan and citywide plant species plan, and that will enable the council to take an informed view of future funding requirements, because at the moment it's just plonking in money without any subs. Yeah.
It's based upon staff advice from people working in that space. So the plan is to do an inventory. We should be able to do that pretty simply. It's 30K a year in 3 years. I think it's a pretty nominal amount.
Just clarify whether that is staff advice.
Not consistent with my advice, no.
I'm still happy to proceed with the recommendation.
So a question of staff, so how, if we didn't pass this today, how long would it take for this piece of work to be done?
Hard to say off the top, but we have got a better system in place and we're just really on at the early stages of this. So we actually need to figure out the scope and the scale rather than just throwing money at it to try and solve the problem. Once we understand where all the pest plants are around the city, then we can actually implement the plan a little bit better. We've got a heap of people on the ground at the moment with our new in-house model, and we've got more people assessing things across the city. We've got another resource on with Dave Newey. So I think we're making good steps, but we're just not quite ready for where I see it at the moment.
As far as I can read, this is what the intention of that money is, to resource the work needed, not actual physical work, but the research and the investigation.
I'm just not sure where the 30K would go to. Would there be a consultant to do that work?
Because my understanding is the pest plant management plan actually has no budget. And the work that is being undertaken is in urban parks. So this would be areas that fall outside of that.
The plan's not quite complete. The plan's a bit of a working document. It doesn't actually highlight where the issues are across the city that need to be identified. So there needs to be more work done on the plan to actually implement it further.
But that's what this money.
Well, I don't think that would actually help this.
Yeah.
So if I can just add,
just to recap.
If I can just add, through the long-term plan, council has approved more resource to do this work, which is now in place. They just need time to do the work.
Okay. But my understanding is the staff aren't working in the space. It's an add-on as to what they're already doing. So we haven't actually put any additional resource into this specifically. So what we have put resource in is a policy person, but the policy person isn't doing it. They're setting the strategy. In terms of implementing this particular plan, we need to put money into implementing the actual plan. It's great having a plan, but you need resource to do it.
You need the plan, yes, you need the resource and you need the time to scope the resource.
Before you get staff advice, can I actually get the staff advice? Rupert, what's your advice?
The staff advice is not to proceed at this current time.
We can still progress it if we choose, because this is a council. Because not everything will be in alignment with the staff recommendation.
Are you wanting to change your vote now, Tim, on my amendment?
So you say it's moving forward, you can only do so much. So the money technically is irrelevant because staff are saying that they're doing exactly what you've asked, both from senior management and Rupert. So I just.
My understanding is based upon the dictations and also doing further work, which is what we're encouraged to do. There's actually nothing happening in this space, which is why we got lots of dictations in the long-term plan and annual plan.
The staff.
Okay, righto.
Sorry.
Right.
I'm a no.
Debate. Righto. Tim's done his thing. Melanie, please.
So my question is about staff advice. So what you're telling us today, Rupert, is different to advice that Celeste has received that I have an email of from other staff. So there's a dispute really, or a disagreement between staff and the parks unit about whether sufficient money and time and effort is going into determining about weed species. This email I've got here is talking about that it was suggested by a staff member that about 30K would be required to look at some land that currently is not being looked at to determine weed inventories. So in other words, there's conflicting staff advice, and Celeste hasn't made this out of nowhere. So could you talk to
that? Hasn't been raised to me at all. So I'd be keen to understand that a little bit more. And that might be a miscommunication for them. They might not know the full extent of what's going on in the background across the unit to implement
I'd
this.
be surprised.
So could we, was that through the information tool that you got? So perhaps if, when we have a break, if you could let us know which staff that was, you could give them a ring and clarify.
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
So
Thank
can we
you.
not vote on this now?
Thank you, thank you. Righto, thanks for it.
I don't think I need to ask my question.
Okay, righto.
You can give Nick a
So,
call in the break. Just-
We know where we're at with this one, so what is
It's on hold.
the next one, please, Mary?
Okay, so that we'll stick to the parks, one parks, Elmwood Playground.
A14.
A14. So that one is staying, the staff advises it stays as it is, and it can be substituted. Oh, actually, do you want to speak to it, Rupert? Okay.
Yeah, I just think this is another one that can go back to the community board as a reprioritization. It's about as simple as it can be. We can debate it in the community board and we go there annually to figure out the priorities. It's not good looking at it in isolation. When we look at them as a whole, we can make good judgment decisions from that point.
Yep. Scott?
The original one for fundraiser, which is what's crossed out.
Same recommendation.
Hmm.
So,
The original, there's a cross out one. Oh, yeah.
This morning.
Yeah, so you originally had one that increased rates.
So there's no rates impact. Okay.
It was all the stuff.
Right, we'll keep going because we're
Go on to
Sorry, can I just
the,
ask a question?
yeah, because he's the second.
Yeah, do we have a list of what the playground renewals are for the next 3 years, and where do we find that list?
They have been brought to the community boards previously each year.
But where does the community find that list? Is it on our website? Is it?
Community board, yeah.
So they ring up their community board and they ask for the list of playground renewals. And do you know when the playground renewals are going back to the community board?
I'm not sure of the timing. It's annually. So I need to.
That's all cool, but this one is specifically for Elmwood Park, which so.
Yeah, but the
It
point
applies
is,
to a lot of the other.
if they have to wait like another 9 months or 10 months, it doesn't seem very fair that
Come to
people
the boards this week.
come to the. Yeah, well, that's a question I was asking. Is
Sit with community boards, not here.
changed since
When
the
the boards are reformed,
recommendation.
we're going back.
Seconded. There's no wording change, there's nothing's changed
same.
there.
Okay.
Same as what you seconded.
Okay, the next one, please, Mary.
So the next one is, I think it's Bangor Pump Station, A21.
There's now no money needed.
Correct, we can fund that out of existing program heritage budgets.
Funded out of existing, that's good.
26.
Yeah, happy with that, great.
A21, okay.
A21.
Ask a question. So if it's able to be funded out of existing budgets, what is being pushed back to allow that to happen? So something being reprioritised, because it's $250,000, which is quite a lot. So something would be reprioritised. What would that be?
Uncertain at this stage is with the heritage programs, they're very complex and take time to understand the programming timing. But we've got money that's unallocated in future years that can be brought back to deliver this.
Okay, so as someone who when we look at budgets, it bothers me a little bit that we have unallocated funds kind of sitting around.
Unallocated is probably the wrong word.
Yeah.
It's out in future years. So when you're scoping the heritage project, it's really complex to find out the
Yeah.
right budgets. We don't draw down the money into the projects until we know exactly the scope of works. We have had this one tested and the price is about right, so we can draw down into a program level now.
Okay.
Excellent, well done, Rick. Cool, next one, please.
The next one is the next page. The
A22.
Yep, A22 367 Hereford Street. So to that one.
This one is just obviously a little slither of old transport land that we would need to do some more research into to see if it's fit for purpose for a green space in that area. We are looking at other options in and around that area, so we would come back and look at everything in a whole in that space before making that decision.
Just clarifying, this indicates that there would be drawn down from the program, so if it was 12, it would be delayed.
Potentially, yep. Absolutely.
Okay, happy with that. I'm never a hassle, Mary, as you well know.
So no impact on that.
Yeah.
I just check that though, because the finance implications say that there is an impact, so we're just saying that that's not correct now.
Staff advice is in the blue now.
That's been updated.
So can
There
I
will
just,
be funding available. Thank you.
can I just check? So basically, so Elmwood has to be reprioritised within the community board ones, but this one doesn't. This one can happen under a budget. But
This
Elmwood,
isn't a current playground.
I understand that, but I'm
Green
just,
space.
To clarify, it's not physical works, it's investigating, so that's an operational cost that come from existing operational planning.
so the $100,000, I'm just trying to understand what budget in 25-26 that would come out of.
So planning work's going to be done first, and then it'll come through to the annual plan for.
Okay, because what it says is noting there would be funding available in the program budget if approved.
So is it just the assessment,
So-
not for the actual park?
I'm not sure that's what I was trying to.
Once the assessment comes back, then you can make a judgment call if it was worthwhile from that point.
I'm just wondering how there's funding available for something that we haven't assessed yet.
The investigation of it.
It's funding available
Yeah.
for the investigation.
Just
of it.
investigating. All right, good. Next one, please,
Okay.
Mary.
Great, so the next one would be, next part, page 42, Eddington Park toilet. Page 42.
I don't have the pages.
A31.
To the top, yeah.
All right.
Pages at the top.
Same situation with this one. We're not convinced that 70 grand is the right amount of money without doing the proper investigations of, and we would work with the leasee around the garden to figure out exactly what was required to that. We are refurbishing the toilets and the roof currently, and the refurbishment inside needs a bit more investigation rather than just throwing a number at it that might be wrong.
No.
Eddington Park have already investigated all this and put the budget together. That's where the money has, Eddington Farm, that's where the money has come from. They've used architects and everything. They've got the whole budget all ready to go.
Okay, I haven't seen that.
Yes, well, this is what I'm saying. So I'm going to go with my original wording.
I suggest that Addington Park or yourselves get together so we can actually get an accurate figure between the two of you.
That's
I can send it to you if you want.
Well, no, this is irrelevant coming to me. It's got to go to our parks team. Because they're the ones that need to work with Addington Farm. Because it's our building, which they're leasing. It's a team, and that's it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So is that possible?
So can we just clarify to potentially satisfy councillor Coker, if that work is done and is identified that it's somewhere between 50 and 100K, would we be able to draw it down in the annual plan year, or would it need to come back to a future annual plan?
I would probably have to check the program level across that to see where there's unders and overs, but something of that scale might be able to be funded with the current budgets.
I think the key sticking point with this one is that we've had advice from the organisation that they don't believe we should be doing these refurbishments and that the leasee should be refurbishing our building. And so the key point about this resolution, partly it's the money, but partly it's us taking ownership of our own asset and doing the upgrades instead of a group who is just going to have to apply to us for money to do it. I think that's one of the key things.
I think the key thing actually is finding out what is the correct amount, and we need that between Addington and the council staff. That for
We
me,
could do an up to.
I would prefer that we work together with community groups to get the right result. That's what I'm after. That's why I supported it, because it's a fantastic program. There's no question. But yeah,
Just have some clarity then, is this going to have a rates impact today or not?
Rates impact today.
Not right now. Once we've done this, we can work with the group and check their numbers and figure out what we would need to do to apply it to the.
Drawn down.
Yeah.
it could be within the program.
I think so, yes.
So there you go. So no, it's not.
So Tommy, you seconding
Yeah,
it? or-
The process.
We don't know.
Staff are giving us.
I was just going to suggest if it was a more cost-effective way to do it, which I suspect it will, to use any budget to give directly to the group, because they'll do this at cheaper prices than council will. because they'll use people for free,
We
etc.
would still like to make sure that that's done to the right standards, so once that lease finished, that we've got a fit for purpose building. We've got a certain standard that we would want to see the building refurbished to.
So
Well,
would that option could be explored with the community board when they report back.
It's already an application for this, the board already has.
Next one, Mary.
Okay, so the next one is which is the next parks one? Parks, page 68, A45. It's the McFarlane Park toilet block.
So what page?
So my question on that one,
68.
is it 45, did you say?
A45, page 68.
So I wasn't suggesting to bring forward just some money for annual consultation.
That's already underway with some of the user groups in the area. That is part of the planning of our OPEX, is to work with the user groups to figure out exactly the scope is it, and the location, the future fit for purpose in McFarlane Park, because there is a couple of toilet blocks there that need to be assessed.
So when you're saying funding is currently allocated 27 to 29,
That's where the budget currently sits to do the refurbishment, but the planning work can go ahead now with OPEX.
so it is going ahead now.
Correct.
So does that mean we take that one out?
Well, when is that piece of work going to be completed?
I would have to check with the planning team. It's underway now, so I would have thought 6 months, a year.
So then for the next annual plan, we could look at bringing some budget forward for the capital works.
Yep, once the
Potentially.
scoping is complete, then we can have consideration of early construction.
Because it's actually it's dangerous. A dangerous place. So in other words, you're telling me there's nothing we can do by adding.
Well,
some
I don't, not for
budget
this
to
particular
speed it
annual
up.
plan. I think for future annual plans, we might be able to bring this one forward and get that one
Okay.
up the priority list.
All right.
Happy with the slight, it's only tweaked, that
Withdraw.
tweaked amendment.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see it done earlier, but the advice is we can't, so it's already underway, so you can take that one out.
It does, in the tweaked one, it's got one scoping is complete consideration of time construction
Yeah.
can be considered.
And so Rupert has said that that might be around 6 months to
So
consultation.
you want it out altogether, you are happy with the wording? You want it noted and.
That would be nice if we could note that as a, yep, great.
Okay, and is, Councillor McLennan, are you okay with that slight rewording? Okay, thank you. So if we then, page 84 and then 85. There is Cutler Park.
A54 and A55.
So just a question of staff. So, and apologies if you've sent this around, but so these were raised through the community board prioritisation process, but what we don't have is the conclusion of that prioritisation process with the proposed program. So can anyone tell me where to find it? I know Celeste has also asked for it as well. And the last, the last email we had from our community governance teams, no, parks have not provided a full updated list, sorry.
This is the prioritisation.
So,
program.
yeah.
Did you catch that?
So I'm just trying to understand, because it feels like this just gets delayed a year, even though it was prioritised as part of the community board prioritisation.
My advice is that it's been provided annually to the community board. We do have a list that we can send you in the background around condition ratings and things, but you know.
So when it came to the community board, we gave feedback.
Next time we come to the community board and you say, hey, can we look at Cutler? We can go, yep, these are the ones we're planning on doing. We debate it with the community board.
Sorry, that's just what we did. So
the first year, but you can tweak years 2 and 3 now. Next time we're back.
Sorry.
Back is the updated list of things that have been reprioritised since
Yeah.
we gave feedback. That's what
Yeah,
councillor Johansson was talking to, and when we asked for that information to come to the board, we were told it was available. Hence why people are putting up specific amendments, because we don't have visibility of that, which is something that was raised at the beginning of the process.
And
now
during
we're-
the process.
We can take that on
Yeah.
board and make sure that that comes back. I assume that if it hasn't come back, the changes have been made, but I can double check and send that out to the community board as soon as we can.
So there's nothing that would stop us, once we get that changes back, if we talk to the community board, swapping things around, right?
Not in years 2 and 3. We don't want to mess with years 1 with the planning and the process is underway, but 2 and 3 we can make some tweaks.
Can we put that in the?
Just check so we're clear about the rates impact. This is in the program already, and it's just about where it's prioritised within the program. So it's not a rate impact as such. It's in-
So Cutler is a rates impact, but Aranui.
No, we're doing Cutlet at the moment.
Yeah.
It's only an impact if you get your 100,000 allocated, but Rupert's saying it doesn't, it's not a priority.
It's Cutler, sorry.
Because last time we got the presentation on the playground renewals, the staff proposal was to cut the Aranui playground budget and put it into something else. So, yeah, and the advice was that Cutler isn't on the list. That was the initial advice based on the feedback we'd given, but again, we don't have the finalised list. So I don't know if Cutler's on the list or not. The initial advice back from staff was I don't think it is on the list.
Again, looking at these in isolation, it's really tricky when you've got a whole thing. You've got to decide condition and all the need and everything across the board of picking out what's the most important.
Okay. So I just wonder, as a way forward in terms of closing the loop with the community boards, is to go back to the community boards with the revised list based on the board feedback and let the community boards finalise the prioritisation so that we don't waste a lot of time around this table doing it.
I'm comfortable with that. That's the intention of going to the community board, is to get the right outcome for the community.
That's what the staff suggested wording is, suggesting exactly what you've said, councillor Johansson.
Except it's for the next year's prioritisation.
It's not in the suggested wording. The original wording was, the staff are suggesting, have taken that data.
Sorry, the staff advice is staff can work with community on the next round of prioritisation, which will occur following the commencement of the new triennium.
It's got up there, the council requests that staff work with the community board to consider prioritise the
Yes, but sorry, that's different to the staff advice.
That's the staff wording of the suggested recommendation.
But it doesn't.
The advice is answering the first question. So now the wording, we can go to talk to the community board.
It doesn't say when though, it's the key thing.
So that is the wording that you would pass today. potentially.
So I think it just needs a bit of a tweak to just pick up the point that I made. The staff have been around the community boards. They might be going to some, what did you say, Mel, tomorrow or next week or?
They're coming to our board this Thursday, but there's nothing for your board. So I was going to ask a question about, are they currently doing a round and is our board first and there's another one next week, or what's the schedule?
So we could add another one to, it says,
Prioritisation of parks
after that
renewals.
one, the council knows
That on
that the
Thursday.
parks unit will,
To community boards on the, on the prioritised program. And then I think the boards, if they want something to progress, can come back to council.
Okay, so we're going 55,
I don't know,
854.
it's the same, is that we can move on?
You happy with that?
Yep.
It's exactly the same.
Sorry.
Some will and some won't.
Can I just flag that I've sent through an updated one around the weed and pest management one, which reflects the advice from staff. So it's just a report back on getting an update on that, some weed management thing. I've just sent it through.
So
Are you?
It's basically taking on board the staff advice in terms of that rather than asking for a request for funding, it's just asking for an update on the implementation.
So can we finish the one we're
Sorry.
on now?
Yeah.
And then
Then
we'll
go
turn
back.
back.
Sure.
So so 57 Parklands and Kings Park. So it's page 90, number 57. So that's just noting that it's already.
Yeah, this project is drawn down and it's currently on budget. We don't believe that it needs the 100K to kickstart this.
That's fine, just withdraw that one.
Withdraw?
Do we, withdraw it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yay, 10 years. Thank you, councillor. So, Parklands toilet, that's A58.
Leave it there.
Same with this one, we will need to work with the community board to understand the priorities.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. So I see.
So that's still as a noting provision.
This is noting provision.
Fantastic. So your seconders happy with that too? Yep. And now I think that's the part ones. So
Except for the
sit
one I
down.
sent through.
Oh, yes, we'll go back to that one. What was that number again?
It was.
Yeah, 12.
Page 13.
12, page 13.
And it just says report back to council with options to implement. So it just gives us visibility of some information and it's just in time for the next update on the biodiversity strategy.
Just 2 minutes. We'll
Would you instead potentially want like regular updates as part of the regular parks reporting to council? Rather than a
Parks is
separate-
doing an update late July.
Yeah, so like, it could be one of the things that's also included in the regular reporting from parks.
As well as this.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine if you want to add that in.
I mean, it sounds like you'll just do it
I
anyway.
will say that it's not just the parks.
Yeah, but then transport could do it as well in their report, just holding to account a little bit, yeah.
The thing is, this sits outside of just one part of it.
Yeah.
So it needs to be a kind of holistic view, which I think is
Okay.
what fits within the biodiversity strategy.
Yeah.
So where we're at, Mary, is
So
just a
can we
note.
just give, have you had a chance to have a look at this, Rupert?
Celeste briefly talking now. I'm comfortable with providing some information back on how we plan to implement with current funding.
Great, thank you.
The impacts on where you're comfortable with this, John? Great. No, I think it's going in as still as a noting provision. It's not being withdrawn as it's still just.
It's just a noting
stuff.
provision.
Yep. And councillor Cotter, you were the second. Are you happy with this?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Okay, so that's part. I couldn't get out of that seat fast enough, Rupert. So, Bruce, are you okay to cover?
No.
Bring Rupert up for
Support person.
First one for Bruce is A18 and it's page 21. And we will move on to A19, which is 22.
So the staff advice on this is just follow what's already in the resolution, because we've already
Notice that
recommended it.
afterwards, yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Are we just, we'll just let you, they'll still want to, you still want your amendment in?
No, I don't need to,
Oh, you
because
don't,
it's actually resolution 17, like it's buried in amongst a whole pile of other resolutions that are in
Okay,
the
so
staff
that's
reg.
out. 21's gone.
What was the other?
We're not
9.
21, so 18, yeah, 18, and the next one's 19, A19.
That's the same thing.
So this one we're recommending, Leslie Street, yes, proceed with including it. So we need to do some further legal review to get an understanding of how we acquired that land, and that work's underway, but it's not in time for this annual plan. So put it in the next annual
So
plan.
this time next year, someone will be talking to you about.
So the
Excellent.
essence of the amendment to what staff advice are pretty much the same, it's just tidying the type of that, is it? So are you okay? Okay.
Seconder.
Seconder.
Second was Sam. You can know that.
Check. Check the wording, because it's just not clear from that, we're withdrawing it from this process and then reviewing it.
This is one for next year.
Yeah.
It's an additional one. It's not.
That's an
been-
additional one.
We couldn't, I'd love to have put it
Okay.
in now, but as Bruce said,
Okay.
put it in, start the process going.
Okay, great, so that's okay for change, so and that's so then the next one is A37, page 51.
This is one that we're working with the Parks Department on. There is an existing process through the board, and the Parks Department were planning to come back to you anyway in a probably similar timeframe, just slightly different from the resolution. You can see that in the notes. So the updated wording just reflects that timeframe. So it's just, it's good enough for him, so
With the
staff wording.
Yeah, what is it now?
great, so councillor Copeland, okay. Your seconder, yeah, right. Okay, so
That's just noting, is it?
Yep. So
Cool, that's
noted,
fine,
yep,
thank you.
right. And then, yep,
Back to 100
41, page
Steadfast.
59.
59.
59,
59?
yep. And 41, this is steadfast.
Right, so I guess probably I've read through the staff advice, so thank you. So, I mean, what am I doing here, just commenting or questions?
If you're okay with the staff advice.
Well, I'm sort of not, because like the whole thing about it is that like, yeah, Cass Bay residents have been talking to staff forever. They need to have a pathway through to, okay, look, demolition of the thing may not be the end game, but they need to know how pathways to get to there. And then it needs to come to the community board for a decision one way or another. Who does that? What do you think? What do you think, your worship?
I have been there with you, and demolition is the end game because it's going to demolish
Well, we
itself.
can't predetermine.
No,
anything.
no, we're not. But, it's knackered.
So
I think that from talking to the various staff in Rupert's area today, there is broad agreement that certainly demolition is an option, but the main game is actually working with the community group to determine the feasibility and the location of their proposed centre. So the option that was put in was to be able to focus on that point rather than demolition, but recognising that it has taken some while, make sure there's a process that the board is kept informed through that that process.
I mean, I guess what I don't want the city councillor for Banks Peninsula to be here in 3 years' time. And me saying no, and saying you know what's happened.
Yeah,
basically.
So that's why that second recommendation was put in there, so that we do report regularly, so that you've got that mechanism to be able to keep an eye on it and raise concerns with.
The quarterly. What is it? A quarterly memo. So that's okay, that's fine. Happy with that now. Yeah.
Would you like quarterly put in caps locks?
Like in caps with in bold. That's good. Thanks, Bruce. No, I appreciate it.
It's the it was a 41, 46.
For
page-
Cannon Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
page
so
69.
what we're recommending is withdraw it rather than formally decide to retain it. We just haven't had a chance to talk to the red zone rangers today to get advice on those environmental outcomes. So this just allows us to be able to assess that. If they say, well, yes, you're right, there is environmental outcomes, then we stay owning it. If it's not, we can put it back for reconsideration in the next process.
So is it in the proposed?
It was in the proposed list, but we, based on the councillor's amendment, we're suggesting withdraw it until we can get that full advice.
So because it's staff have withdrawn it, or
Yeah, well,
is it being withdrawn? So
we haven't formally done that. We need to do that through this process to withdraw it.
Okay, so it's
So it needs to be an amendment to withdraw it.
the fund will be withdrawn.
Yep.
Sam,
So-
question?
So just, it's sort of along those lines, so that will increase the rate because it's the disposal's baked in, is that correct?
No, if you remember, I've briefed you several times on this, that we set a overall budget, we don't specifically value each property against that. That budget because of all the risks that involved, market risks, timing risks, sale risks, etc. So don't believe that a single property like this would impact on that overall budget.
I think the advice says it does though, doesn't
It does for the housing one, we're looking at retaining all of the residential zone units, residential zone blocks, which is much more significant than a single parcel.
Right, okay, I'm just trying to find it on here.
So Bruce, in this,
Page 69.
I haven't been and seen this section. Is that the only person that can buy it if we were selling it is the person next door? And they
Look, this one, there is a potential for a very small building block on it. It's on the marginal side of whether it should be disposed or kept.
So just to be clear, because the advice says a 0.01 increase, well, you're saying there'll be no impact on rates.
So can you pull that up?
Yeah, I think
Scroll down.
Yeah.
Because the land value.
All right. So I might have to ask my finance colleagues to comment on that because I didn't put that advice.
No man's land.
Through you, the 3 million refers to the total portfolio amount, not the property amount of the Cannon Hill Crescent.
So we're just saying there's no rating impact. Like does the rate number change based off this? So that's all I'm after.
For a single property, no.
For this,
No.
For this property, no. If we retain this, no, the rates number won't change.
Okay.
It's 31,000.
No.
All right.
I thought it was relatively simple.
Yeah.
Your amendment.
Great, okay, so that's.
Hey, we're doing good. We're doing good.
Council will need to pass this resolution to agree that it's withdrawn.
Yeah.
Slight change.
So sorry, Bruce, while we're talking about this particular one, if we hang on to it for ecological reasons, does that mean we have to either give it to the community to weed it, mow it, whatever, or do park the rangers look after it and it's going to cost us more going forward? Aren't we better off to
Best place to provide that advice and Dave Little, who's our red zone.
Okay, no, fair enough.
So we'll leave that one.
A47, page 70.
We're not recommending that this one. So putting on my housing hat, sorry, I clearly have failed because I think I've said multiple times that land is not the issue with housing. Funding is the issue. So there's no use holding on land for social and affordable housing if we don't have funding to build stuff on, and we don't have that. Have considered whether that could be that that CHIPS and other providers could make use of this. They are in the same boat. There is no funding to the South Island, and that should be where you focus your energy in terms of advocating to get funding for this type of thing in the South Island. So we would recommend not to make any change to the staff recommendation. This is the one where there would be a rates impact if you did go with the amendment. Because of the amount of properties involved, we would have to look at taking out that $3 million worth of capital revenue, potentially in future years and maybe over multiple years, depending on what comes through the list. But as I say, we would not recommend this.
Yeah, and I think you've told us multiple times as well, but just checking that there's nothing to stop a housing provider actually buying some of this.
Exactly, yep.
Should they get some money?
Yep.
And Bruce, just checking, your advice, accept it entirely in the main, but new models around lease and affordable options.
We have got other better located land that would make more sense of that, and we're having those discussions frequently.
So this wouldn't fall into that box anyway.
Look, there's only one potential site that would, the Truro, which used to be housing, but it's already cut in half effectively with the zoning, and we haven't yet we'd still have to do further calculations on the risk factors involved in that site.
Thank you.
So Bruce, we're better off to get the collectively from the rats and mice bits of land lying around the place, the 3 million you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're going to do with the 3 million, but we might take it off debt. But we could give it if we wanted to OCHT, and they could build a number of really nice houses in a complex, which would be far more useful.
Really calling for an opinion. However, there is a report coming up in August the 6th on options to help housing and homelessness, which you've requested. So I could probably address and provide better advice through that report.
Yep, Yanni, please.
Did you have a response to the community board submission on 38 Bexley Road, which is Eureka Street in Bexley, where the board's recommended that there's been a whole Ngāi Tahu development there?
So we would have looked at that and provided advice through the submissions. And I don't believe there was a case that we could see to change the initial recommendation to dispose of that property.
And so that 8 Martindale's Road, that's the garages, that's the old Heathcote Library site.
Yep.
So I understand that. Did you talk to the trust about doing housing there, and what was their view?
They don't see that as a site for further housing development, and they also don't see the need for the car parks, for the garages at this point in time.
Right, and that was just for social housing or community housing, or was it not?
Community housing, so that general, social and affordable. I suspect the site, once it goes through the Crown process, will end up with housing of some type in there, but it's not from OCHT perspective for community housing.
Okay, let's go. Right, next one is A56 Roy Stokes Hall, page 86.
So what we've tried to do is simplify this to what the councillor said when she presented it, so that we could get the best advice to you rather than have it restricted by looking at specific funding sources. We'd look at all funding sources and all the issues in the report. So it may sound like it's quite condensed compared to what was in the original, but it's to be able to give you the best advice.
Yes, is good.
Nice, yep.
And Jake?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
You don't even know which one you're talking
No, I do. I'm just laughing at how much it's.
Does that one vary? Does it have any rates impact at all?
Quite a reduction.
Does that one have rates impact at all, the Roy Stokes Hall one? If we bought some land, it must.
If you bought the land and developed it, yes. Yeah, but this is only our report.
Get them down fund potentially across the community.
Well, I don't know what it.
And yes, I think quite right. It will depend on the funding source.
Okay.
Yeah, and then potentially we could not do the berm cut.
Okay.
Just
Nothing
ask
to do with
for a
Jake.
basic
So is that the end of property?
60.
Yes, I think that's it for you, Bruce. Thanks. Don't go away. Don't go
Yeah.
home.
Yeah.
So we will now move.
Can I just, oh, sorry, there was just one further question I had on that. Housing.
Yeah.
Just in regards to the Affordable Housing Action Plan that Greater Christchurch Partnership has, one of the recommendations in that was to identify publicly owned sites, Crown and Council, appropriate for affordable housing development across all 3 council districts.
Yes.
And determine what was required to acquire, consolidate.
Yes.
Has that been done, or do you know when that's?
We've done it for our sites. I don't know whether the other partner councils have done that for their sites yet.
Okay, so there is a report of land that we own.
We know that, and we work on that all the time, constantly.
I think it might be useful to get that. If that's possible.
Sure, we can provide that. It'll just be data about our holdings. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great. So if we now move on to the rest of the community ones, so A13, page 15, the Democracy Service. Transparency tool. Will I speak to this, Matt?
Yeah, sure. So the change here from the original council recommendations was to remove the seeking of additional funding, set aside in the annual plan to pay for any enhancements to deliver the required functionality and system. This is on the basis that we're coming back in September to report on more information in this area. And numbers that are being presented here, we don't have enough information at this stage to say whether that's a number that's in the ballpark. So rather than set aside an amount that's either too much or too little, we might come back to the advice and then work out the next step.
Just to clarify that, we did have approval around that in the annual plan year. Could it be reprioritised within the digital program?
Yes.
So with that,
I check on that though, just the advice that we got when we did the workshop was that it would be over and above the BAU and that it would need additional funding to progress it, even if it was a small amount in the first year once the decision had been made to get us through to the next.
I'm assuming that would be from the digital program, so it wouldn't be out of that's operational program. It would need to be funding from the digital program.
I just want to get to a decision point where we decide to go with, say, option 2 or 3, and then be told that we can't do anything until after the next annual plan is funding for it, if that makes sense. So even if there was something in the wording that said that progress could be funded from within existing IT budgets or something like that, just to confirm that the advice we can progress it.
Or something like this, anticipated that the project or program or initiative could be funded from prioritisation within the digital program.
That's right, but
the first year of it could, well, there was a starting planning. I'm assuming it would need ongoing funding for separate. It does need some additional.
So that is just noted.
So did you get that after that? So there's the noting one, and then it anticipated that first year funding could be funded reprioritisation in the digital program.
Yeah.
You happy with that? And Councillor Harrison Hunting has
Yes.
So that's a no impact.
No impact. No.
This year.
This year. So then the next one is
A15, page 17.
So this one is just done a amendment to tidy up. So
Page 17.
That's good. Yeah. Just a quick question. I mean, do we need a report to council on it, or do we just provide advice to council on the implementation of it?
This is on the terms of reference.
Yeah. I mean, do we need I mean, I'm told that it's already in progress and it's already got terms of reference. Or do we need to sign off those?
Yeah,
in the original advice.
So we could just do a report even if.
Okay, just information. Okay, so whatever happens.
Sarah, do we know if they've spent any of the 100K?
There's advice. It's oversubscribed currently.
So he's happy with that.
So do you still want to leave the 50,000 requested?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's a 0.01 increase.
0.01.
0.01.
Can we just check? We'll just check that before we do the final stuff. Is that right? 50K. Yes, we'll check that.
Very small. We'll come back with the exact
So
number.
the next one.
Make sure that we can get those cut downs and things just really quickly. At the moment,
Zero.
it's taken me a year to try and chase.
0.0.
A28, page 37.
So again, we've cut down this and not jump to assumptions. So we want to start from clean slate, provide you advice on what's the current situation from all sources, and then look at options after that.
Yeah, happy for it. Next one.
Great. I just checked this briefly. One of the things that I want to make sure is that we're looking at both daytime and nighttime. You have really separate experiences for users in the bus exchange, especially because a lot of that nighttime stuff sort of after 8 o'clock is driven by maybe alcohol consumption or those kind of things, and looking at what we can do.
We can make sure we look at that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And people feel less safe at night, my understanding is, than they do during the day. There's fewer people around.
So I think the next one is A34, page 46.
Right. This looks brilliant.
It goes over to the next
Looking at that. Right, in the secondary, you're happy with this as well? That, okay?
Yep.
So,
Is that a noting provision though?
yeah.
So it's just a note, because it's under the staff advice section rather than wording. So do you need it to be a noting provision? Note that staff in the community governance team.
The thing is that even the amendment is drafted, does not require any funding up to you.
Yeah, no, it was just like a word, because it's just saying that's the advice. So did you want, are you withdrawing before?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, that was all.
I'd like to make it a noting provision, please.
Catch that
Yeah,
one.
give it a name. Just to put it in there to say, yes, we are supporting this.
Yeah.
And please work with us for funding and all that sort of
So
stuff.
can you change that first paragraph to note?
Acknowledging a very real need. And
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, saying things out loud.
just the first one.
A32 and A33, which are on page 43 and 45, Littleton Museum.
A32?
Yeah, and 33. Sorry, I missed that.
I mean, I'd like the wording to be stronger on that, consider, because I tried to get it into the annual plan note.
Consult on, because it's like the.
Yeah,
like the
I want to make sure
museum.
that it's consulted on. Yeah, exactly.
So like the,
In next
like the
annual
Edwards
plan.
Museum.
Yeah.
We did, we said that a year ago.
Consider and consult on.
Yes, please.
Did you get that?
Consider and consult. Yeah.
So the next one, which speak to this.
A33.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too late to apply for the strengthening communities this next round, because it's coming to council in August, presumably. So something a bit kind of sooner. Or I want to make sure that within the next financial year there is some support. Yeah, so I'll just put the original wording up.
Applications if there's good case for it, and that just comes down to the committee. If that's helpful.
Say that again, Yanni.
We have in the past accepted late applications if there's a good case for it to that fund. So we've still got several weeks, I think.
We'll just put the original to members, and it'll go up or down. If not, I'll just reconsider. But basically, what we've got is a museum that's really, really trying hard to find external funding sources, and it's a bit chicken and eggy. So it's just trying to find that support.
So do we have enough can we just put it with enough information to, for that one there? 50K for fundraising. Would it- Submissions asking for funding for the museum only.
That's why we pay
Organisations paying 50K, it's not giving it to the thing, it's just for a fundraiser.
It's actually quite famous. No, it's just to be able to support. Just want to just keep momentum moving. What are you saying, Sarah?
Is it to fund someone to do fundraising?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, so it's to be able to support that. It's a small investment to be able to help them grow their pot. Given that we could not get anything in to the annual plan this time around.
So I don't think we've got enough information to consider as a grant yet. With the organisation and come back with a report to council.
Well, I mean, just on Councillor Johansson's suggestion of like late submissions to the strengthening communities. What's the staff advice on that?
That's the wording.
Be late, but it has to be.
Council right, the museum to make an application.
Or the
Yeah.
generation suits and community funds or other.
Other funds.
So that's how we fund it, fundraise.
Yeah.
Would you add or other funds?
Yeah,
All right,
or Pac-Man
I'll go with that. That's fine.
Whatever fund you look at, you need more information.
Other grant funding programs.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
I don't think it's.
Just had a question in terms of this previously, but could we approach central government for the visitor levy funding
It's
towards
coming
this?
up. It's not this one, we've got one about visitor forgiving. Why don't you bring it up then?
Okay, happy to bring that up whenever it's appropriate.
Was a heavy sigh, Mr. Mayor.
I can just see how many more there are.
Cold feet's a bit enough.
Facilities, gay, 38, 52, which is the Akaroa Bay's emergency response. Thirty-eight.
Page 38.
Tyrone,
Page 53.
Tyrone,
Yes,
I
hi.
thought this was coming out of the existing budget that's a citywide.
That's what I wanted to understand, because I guess there's a community need. They're very organised and they've got a plan, they've got a strategy. They've got community buy into it. I just want to make sure that we can ensure that they're supported through whatever funding we have available.
I thought you said there was an existing emergency fund. that
As I understood it.
This is saying an additional, which is a 0.03 rate impact.
That's why the staff week is about looking at all the available contestable funding and using the existing funding.
Well, my original proposal was to utilise existing operational budgets. I just wanted to make sure that we could guarantee that we could support them to that level.
Guarantee.
Can't guarantee the contestable funding, but perhaps a strong indication that a good application would receive the support.
It does suggest that because the council's wanting to use its usually to allocate some funding. And then
to know ahead of time that, again, it's sort of, they need roughly about, a couple of $100K to support their initiatives. Whatever the fund is, it's 1.9 million. Just want to make sure that they're adequately supported.
so we
Can I
Yeah,
just,
well,
sorry, can I just clarify, what does it mean utilise, is it putting an application through conditional funding?
to it would be this I'm suggesting is that that it could utilise, it's not utilise contestable funding and put in applications to those.
Then if things are not going well, or, there's a gap or back in time for the next annual plan as to whether or not.
So this is pre-approving.
So that's fair, because it's kind of saying, we'll work with you. You get what? To work with,
Sorry, I can't quite hear down here, but I'm just trying to understand, is this pre-approving the grant, or is it putting in an application?
Because wouldn't we get at some point as a council a report on the 1.1 million that's being spent throughout all the community groups for the emergency? So,
and then it's basically saying, look, if Akaroa, if you're not getting what you need,
yeah, exactly.
we'll come back to the.
But may not just be Akaroa, maybe
anyone.
Exactly.
But
we will
so
get
I'm
a report
comfortable with the
back,
way it's been written.
And also, I don't see that 1.9 is contestable funding. It's for upgrading things across the city. Like,
So so I'm just saying it's we just need at some stage councillors will get a report on.
So acknowledging there's a pot, we'll come back to you if your needs not being met.
Yeah.
So that's a commitment from council to come back to them.
Okay.
So that's good.
Right, it's good.
A39 Garty Hall Internet.
So that's you, Bruce, sorry, again.
Easy enough. So essentially, we're saying that we recommend to do it. We'll just wear the cost. It's only $3,000.
Go, Bruce.
Well, my question is that is how can $3,000 be assessed at 0.01%?
Only parks are the same.
It's the 001.
That's because they've got no.
Ask my finance colleagues on that.
But there is one
So
for
put another zero in there.
One voice at a time.
It's got it's very small. We just go less than 0.01 because otherwise it's.
And in fact, it's zero because we're absorbing it in the existing budget, so it doesn't change rates.
Sounds good. We're going to get it.
Because if you're a residential house, you get hooked up for nothing anyway.
Yep.
Oh, good. Rockin, just a question on that. Will that hook into the council Wi-Fi system, internet system?
Do we really need to spend time?
No.
Well, I was just wondering if we have a policy around it, because I've also got community centres in my ward that have been told they can't go on the council system.
We'll take that on notice, councillor. We don't have all the information here today, so we'll bring that.
Thank you, Bruce. Righty-o. What's the next one?
A42.
Akara Information Centre.
There's another one of yours, Clara.
Field trip to Akaroa.
Is that Banks Peninsula?
You're buying a lot of boats this year, bro.
They put in the internet.
A42.
No one lives there, you see.
Makes sense.
So it is.
On the TV, big T.
TV.
The next annual plan.
On the telly?
So that's bumping it to next year.
They are welcome to put in that, I think we suggested an application to a funding scheme.
I mean, this was a request from the community board to be able to support those information centres, so I'm concerned that they're not going to get the support they need. I mean, that's kind of a yes or no. I mean, are we comfortable that they're getting the support they need to keep functioning?
Are we debating or are we just choosing whether you're putting your one or the stuff on?
Well, I mean, I'll just put my one.
100K for but do you want to get some advice about this, mate?
They're currently funded, the information centres are currently funded by the community board, or two of the information centres are currently funded by the community board. This is, we skipped over A36, which is kind of linked to this, which is destination management. What we're suggesting is we don't have enough advice, enough information to provide advice for the $100,000 grant. We can go away and work out what operational costs would look like. Potentially, if it was needed, it could be funded through something like the Capital Endowment Fund throughout next year. In the letter, the statement of intent from Christchurch, New Zealand talked around implementing destination management plan. This would obviously be part of that. This is kind of linked in with A36.
I mean, sort of, yeah. I mean, A36 really about delivering on what we've asked Christchurch NZ to do in our area of expectation. And we've asked them to do a thing that they're not funded for. But the information centres is around just being able to support those mostly volunteer-driven facilities. I mean, it's kind of, it's connected to, but only a very small subset of the overall destination management plan. So anyway, what's the question I need to answer?
So I don't think, from what you're saying, there's sufficient information to advise on this one. And so the idea is that we fund it through discretion funding while we do that. It's sufficient business case.
The thing that I mean, you say there's not sufficient information, but like this was actually part of the Banks Peninsula Community Board's submission. So it's kind of like, I'm just asking for us to honour the submission. And now I'm being told that, oh no, we've got enough information, like, so, you know, the submission was made in April.
To run the information in terms of electricity, power, staffing.
To the business case or a breakdown of where the $100,000.
I guess did staff not go back to the chair of the Banks Peninsula Community Board and say, oh, hey, thanks for the submission. So here's an idea about how we can deliver on that.
No, because I think we expected it to come up at the workshops we've had between those submissions and what have you, and if it was going to get traction, councillor to have flagged it.
I have to say though, we didn't get the opportunity. The workshops will run in a way where staff presented specific things for us to give feedback on. There wasn't the opportunity through that process to put forward our own small things, and we were specifically told to leave those till today. Yes, ones we had.
We just didn't get visibility.
We were able to put in, you know, questions and things for advice.
The issue today is that there isn't enough information. So what is the process to get the information to start to make a decision? Because we cannot hand over 100 grand of ratepayers' money to an organisation without a business plan. That's the bottom line. So you need more information. How do you get that, and how do we get it to council? And Matt, is that something that you could help the group with?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there you go. So can the two groups get together and go forward on it? Yeah. Very simple.
So, yeah, all right, staff advice, we'll just go with that.
Which one is this one? The visitor? Or the
Staff order, A42, page 61, 62. Thank you for the advice.
So then, do we want to go back to the 36 one? It's not, is it?
We should.
Well, 36 is straight up funding to help Christchurch. It's effectively to help Christchurch NZ deliver on something that we've asked them to do in the expectation, to support them, because there's no funding to help fund specific delivery of the destination management plan. So that's what the request is. It's about supporting the economic opportunity that Akaroa and the Bays and Banks Peninsula provides. You know, that we've got a destination management plan for, and that I've been repeatedly told by Christchurch NZ they don't have funding to deliver.
This one must have rates impact.
This goes through, this is what we just asked Christchurch NZ to deliver on.
Model told us that they don't have the funding to do that. So this will be tagged specifically for you know, support and the Bays initiatives.
Does the staff response imply that CNZ are going to fund this? Because they've acknowledged in their statement of intent.
Through you, your worship. Yeah, through the statement of intent, CNZ are saying that, or in their draft one anyway, that they will report. They've got a focus on actions and work programs that contribute to the priorities of those council endorsed strategies and destination plans, and they'll report on those. And I think from there we would then see whether further funding was required. I think so. What I think staff advice is that we get the reporting and we then see what is required.
And
that's why
it's separately on.
They've been asked to report separately on Banks Peninsula to the Christchurch one as well. Christchurch City as opposed to the district.
And again, going back to the spirit of the community board's submission, is to say, look, there just isn't funding available, and we need you to support this. So I mean, I'll just put the amendment up and we can vote on it, and if Supple gets down. If it goes down, we'll go to plan B.
Let's ask a question.
Yes.
So, everyone that comes to New Zealand now pays $100. The government collects it and then gives it to tourism projects, including the eyesight network, and for regional tourism destination management plans. What is the process for us to apply for that funding, given that a lot of that funding comes through from the people that come into our city, but very little, I think zero, goes back to the projects in our area that provide the
That's
tourists?
possibly outside the scope. We haven't got the right people here to answer that.
Chris is definitely a
outside
good
the scope
question.
of today's question, so we can
That's,
follow up.
Yeah.
and get some more information.
It would be good to ask for the museum, for Takapaniki.
So we'll know.
CNZ.
Great.
What are we up to? How do we keep the note of which one?
Looking through the community.
Page 48 on page 71.
So as I alluded to before, there is a report coming to the August meeting of council that will address exactly this matter. It would be best to wait until that report when that's got the full advice and consideration on that.
Celeste, thanks.
Bruce, I appreciate you with this. My understanding is that report won't actually have any specific recommendations that can be put in place until the following.
It's likely that anything that will make any significant difference should be consulted through the next annual plan.
I guess what I am interested in understanding is, given that we've got people living, particularly vulnerable people living in the zone or, you know, in their cars if they're lucky, is there anything we can do more immediately apart from work with third parties?
Well, our key role is to work with third parties, and we've got that support. So continuing that support to those third parties is key. And I think advocating to the government, who most people see as the prime agency here for the funding, to really think about what the impacts of the changes in policy on emergency housing have been. I think there's increasing noise coming from the sector and from communities saying that there may have been unintended consequences from that change in policy, and also advocating for broader funding and loosening up that funding that is going into community housing in a broader sense, so that it's not just into North Island regions and the North Island, but that some of that's going to the South Island. Those would be the key things that I would recommend that you do.
Just as a quick follow-up to that, are we able to, as part of the, if we wanted to go through what's likely to come in that report, will we have options we can consider? Because
It will be an options report, so yes, there will be other options as well.
Because I think that relying on 60,000 are unintended. I think that we can see that there won't be additional support coming through in next year. Therefore, I'd like us to look at what options.
Yeah, will be an options report presenting options for you to choose which ones you want to take further.
So we don't need a noting provision that'll be do prior to.
Sarah, then Tom.
Thanks. With that report that's coming to us, you may have already done this, but if you could be having a conversation with the city missioner about their night shelter. My understanding is that it really needs refurbishment, potential expansion, because they're past capacity at the moment. There's people being turned away. And so whether there's a space for us to be able to help with that. At the moment, yeah, would be great if you could have a conversation there.
We certainly see that one of the options will be in the transitional housing space, with property close to that. So I wasn't specifically aware of that issue in the emergency housing space, but we can have that discussion.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good one. The other thing is that since it's been raised here, that one of the things we can do is advocate to central government. Maybe one of our sort of action ones that doesn't impact rates is actually for us to write to the ministers concerned, Bishop or whoever it is that's doing. To see how,
But the mayor has been doing that, and
on the homelessness stuff.
Mary wrote it.
Oh, you Mary did it, that's right, yeah.
Oh no, just it's not related to homelessness, I think Sarah and Celeste covered it, but I'm just wondering around process, it's 5 o'clock now and we've got 59 amendments we've got to go through. I'm wondering if we could speed up the process maybe by asking councillors if they're happy with it one by one and then nut out those ones that we're not quite there yet on. Like for mine, I'm okay with the staff recs except for the student one.
Let's just keep going.
Let's just keep
Because
going,
I'm-
get through these and then
Yeah, but
break
we'll just
until Thursday.
maybe not ask as many
Yeah,
questions.
yeah.
So, yeah, so on the community ones, you can't remember the outstanding ones, can you, Matt?
Sorry?
The outstanding ones.
No,
that
you don't
can
take it off
remember?
yet. Yanni's got a
Right.
question.
Okay, no, so it's not, if it's not in a rec, it's not.
Yeah, no, it was on this one. So,
It's already been done and dusted.
I had my hand up right at the start.
Let's just sit down.
I got called that I'd be asked about.
Go.
So I'm just trying to understand if we wanted to make a decision to consult on the 7 million, we could rate for it now. In contrast to, well, hang on, just hear me out. So the DC's thing that we just started consultation on today has a $7 million budget impact. It's got a rates impact of 0.01 this year, 0.02 next year, and 0.02 in the year after. So what I'm trying to understand is why would this one be different? If we wanted to do something sooner, why do we need to consult on this as part of next year's annual plan, rather than what we've done with the DC's one, which is actually no consultation in terms of the budget, but consultation in terms of the policy?
So councillor, to make this decision, you'd have to do a departure from policy and go through all of that process that is in the Act around that. So you'd at least need a report in front of you to do the sections 80 departure aspect of it. So I think this waiting for that report in August is probably a better bet, so that you've got all that advice in front of you.
Sure, and when we get that report back in August or September, we would be able to, if we wanted, to actually put funding towards this. We wouldn't be told we need to wait for next year's annual plan.
You go out to the consultation document, there are options of small amounts of money in $7 million in. And we want to have consulted on it. So it was like we said, actually that's much more significant than the things we did consult on. You'd add it in and you didn't give anybody the opportunity to say, yes, I really want it and I want it pointed in this direction, or no, I don't want it.
So I agree with you, but what I can't understand is how we've just been able to do that last week without any consultation on the budget, not the policy.
So DC is a legislative process, so it's slightly different. Decision outside.
It's got a rates impact.
You could have put it in at the draft stage.
We'll move along. We'll move along.
Yeah, next year.
What's the next one, Mary?
That's right.
Just get up the transcript.
Do water next.
Okay. Mary.
Or RSC next. We'll do RSC next.
It's your big moment.
You just want to go home, don't you?
He's been here all day for the starring moment.
I was going to be first.
What number are we on?
Page 23, page 28.
Yeah, page 23.
Can't answer questions if you're not here.
Speak to this one.
Yeah, so this was around the student rates for pools discounts. So within the staff wording, suggested change making it effective from the 1st of October 2025 as opposed to July. That aligns up with the fees and charges for the rest. And then in terms of on the bottom of that, suggested wording is to have information back to inform the development of the draft 2026-27 annual plan, so to draft next year's annual plan. The other two suggested wording changes we've got. The staff advice that pops up is that we don't go ahead with it in terms of, because we have in terms of mechanisms where price is a barrier, where tertiary students can apply for community services cards, halfway cards and super gold cards, which is the mechanism we use to provide discounts for those who are priced. students in terms of require those discounts. That's the advice that the staff give. If it was to go through in terms of the modelling that we have done, in terms of we believe the modelling will provide an impact to the rates of $200,000, which is 0.003 next year, and then when it comes down, down to 0.03 as well.
Is that clear? Staff advice not to proceed, but if it was to proceed, it would be at the modelling rate of $4.90.
Sorry, good.
So, Harrison Hunt, which do you want?
I'm happy with the suggested staff wording, but not with the review, which is 0.4. No, sorry, 3. Report back on fiscal impact to inform the draft annual plan. That is only a few months, essentially.
Okay.
So
It's not linked.
it's not long enough. So we'd have to inform the 27-28 annual plan if I wanted any outcome, which will be the LTP.
Yeah.
So is that okay with the review? Maybe make it within after a year of implementation.
Yeah, to inform the long-term plan.
Yeah.
So 1 October 25 to 1 October 26 to then inform the annual plan, if that makes sense.
The difficulty with doing that is there may not be money available to continue on. It's only 1 year process.
I've got a few questions around scoping the rates impact. Do you take any stats from those communities who already come in and use concessions?
We take it from no, we don't know where they've come from. In terms of what we've done with the modelling, so you're in terms of there's circa more than 24,000 students, tertiary students across the city. In terms of we've taken a percentage of say 3,000 that may already be coming to our facilities and how often they come, and obviously deduct the $2.10 discount from the $7 they would pay down to the $4.90. And then we've added back to that the proposed students that would come, we're priced, they wouldn't have come before, but they may come with a new pricing out of that back. That's how we've got to the modelling that we've done. It's relatively simplistic because then you can start going through concession cards, a whole range of different things. We've tried to keep it simple. It's a modelling number that we think is as close as we can get without having the actual data. And I guess that's part of the point of your resolution, to come back and report back what the actual impact was.
Yeah.
But we don't know.
No, I'm going to ask some tough questions. Sorry. I just wanted to address that equity part. I mean, I'm talking about the super gold card, or the gold card essentially, and that card, correct me if I'm wrong, is for those aged 65 years or older, no matter the income. Is that correct? So in terms of no matter how well off they are, how well off they aren't, they still get the same discount at what a community services card holder would get, which is my argument around the equity part. So I'm wondering if we can just rebalance the equity part just by throwing a student ID in there. Because the stats say that only 12% of students are picking up a community services card who are eligible, which is really hard administration-wise. That's why I wanted to make it easier.
So what you're saying, they could pick up more of them if why don't they do that?
Yeah, it's a barrier administration-wise.
Andre first, and then Sarah.
Thank you. The modelling at $1.70 difference per swim. So your modelling base is based on 125,000 swims from students over 9 months.
No, I can go through the modelling if you want, because I guess we're going from $7 down to $4.90. So
$6.72.
No, $6.70 is what it currently is. It's proposed through this fee charge to go to $7.
Okay. Yeah. You're still basing it on around 100,000 swims in 9 months from students.
7,000.
So perhaps if there's only 2 people that are interested in this at the moment, we can actually get all that detail from Nigel outside this.
Sounds like there's 100,000 people interested.
But there's the swims.
Yeah, I can update in the debate. I'm happy with as it stands. I'm just not happy with the informing the draft annual plan part.
Can I just suggest that because 4 months won't be a lot of time for, and mostly over winter for draft annual plan, it could just be to inform the final decision in the annual plan rather than to fit the draft. So we can have most of a year's worth of information that comes in like May, rather than in November.
Take the draft out, so it's to
Yeah, to
inform
inform the annual plan. Yeah.
So if there's enough data, it can inform.
Because it's good to have a review.
Step along the way, and even if it's. a
Yeah, because we need to know that, to know whether we want to continue in the next annual.
Okay, so take the draft out, great.
Yeah, that
Okay,
makes sense. I'm
let's
okay
move
with
on.
Great.
Great, so water.
I think it's quick, Nigel.
Is that one staying? Tyler, is that one staying?
So we need.
I'll do a banger over today.
Is there seriously
Very much,
370 students swimming at a facilities every day? That's what this assumes.
So
Oh,
we've
that's a
got
nice question.
A6, page 9.
So largely the reason for this is the legislation coming up towards the end of the year. So it's had to help inform design and construction of these actual new taps, if you want to go ahead with that. It's largely the rationale for
So the advice that I've been given is that there's no money on top of BAU to be able to do any additional work on adding taps, even if they were to just plug into the side. It would still take an assessment of where they could be, because we would need, you know, making sure there's car parking, those kind of things. You would still need benches, as we've learned, to put bottles on. So you would need some in there. You would also need OPEX for maintenance of any that did get installed. So if we don't have any money on budget, we can't do any assessment of where they might go, and we can't put any in the next financial year. Is that right?
we can do some initial planning on sites. Just
We were
because we
told
know
that there was no budget to do that, in my advice.
it's more that we know where those sites are, so we know where there's good access. We could probably rattle a few off the top of our heads now. It's more around the design and construction of the units itself.
Yeah, so we do need some money on budget if we want any installed in the next year.
So would you have money to bring back from a future capital program? If,
There's nothing on plan for these.
There's absolutely nothing on plan.
So we need to, we can't think up. So we'll bring that back for Thursday.
We don't know what the design will look like. The rules could change. It could be a relatively simple thing.
So the thing is, at the moment, my one was based on just doing 6, so we'd have a network of 8 because they were relatively expensive. If we had a budget on that was that catered for 2 in the next year, so the $331,000 plus a bit of OPEX, that might cover more than just 2 if they were the basic ones that were much cheaper, including installation, and we might be able to get a network much sooner. If that makes sense.
So could we, so
can I
I
put
see
a
people nodding, but could we for Thursday? when we're
put something together.
To actually put.
Yeah.
So we need to, we can't just plug a figure.
I just don't know what that looks like now.
So can we have a conversation before Thursday, so we got alignment rather than doing it during the meeting?
We'll get the capital picture.
Yeah, it's a bit of a conversation.
Tim, you don't know how cheap you can make them, because you don't know what level you've got to make them to.
But even then we'd need, you know, depending on how many we'd
Just
need.
also, it's not reasonable to just make up a number and put it in. So we need to do some thinking.
Which is why I asked.
Pauline, please.
I just looked at the rate impact, so capex of 200. That's not right, must be 0.001. Can you check that, please?
No.
Capex.
Oh, not, there's the OPEX is 30.
We'll fix it as well. Get the right figure, because this is we're potentially coming back with a different figure, councillor Cotter. So we'll come back with the right figure and the right.
Just through you, it doesn't include OPEX. It's not just capex.
Yeah, we do need both.
The original
Okay,
The original
so,
resolution.
A16.
What page?
18.
Oh, sorry. 16, not 16.
Where the hell are you going?
16.
So, yeah, I mean, in general terms, we're supportive of this. It makes sense. It's more around the funding mechanism, where the funds come from.
Okay, so, yeah. So using existing funding from the Smart Water Meter program means that we still need to budget for that unless we lower the numbers that are getting smart meters that are currently transitioning. So either we reduce the number that we're just transitioning across the city as part of our regular smart meter program to metered properties that are doing it, or we can bring forward funding from the smart meter program to do that. But the discussion that we had at lunchtime said that the smart meter program, so we don't want to put smart meters in some of these places because the program wouldn't be ready for them.
Yeah, I suppose some of the thinking's around using the current smart meter funding now for this coming year, and then we can kind of reallocate and have a look at what we actually need going forward to develop a longer term program to actually understand what funds we need to put against that, because we don't know that yet.
So currently you're then telling me that we don't have a program to meter unmetered properties.
Program, but it's not for those ones, no.
Yeah. Are we going to have everyone metered basically as part of our obligations through the local water's done well?
Not necessarily, because there are some multi-unit developments that don't necessarily need them.
Yeah.
Because they're dealt with separately. So some of the numbers that we're talking in that staff advice are not necessarily properties where you could separate all the connections anyway.
That's right. But at the moment we have 12,000 properties, which is more than just a whole pile of small multi-unit ones.
There's some big multi-unit developments there as well.
Yeah. But we also have we do have properties with no metering that are quite, relatively large ones as well, or shared, those kind of things that are currently not being assessed. And we don't have a budget to do those ones currently.
Not a significant one, no. Small budget for that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just saying, so the current smart meter program that's been approved to roll out across the city, we would need to basically stop doing that program to take some of that funding to do something different.
I can confirm that now. I don't think it's a stop. It's an addition to.
So if it's an addition to, then we do need additional budget, because you can't, even if we're bringing money from later years, we still need to account for that money in this year. So if it's coming from future years.
I think difficult situation when we got one submission about this to add this quantum of money. So, so we'll come back on Thursday.
And I just make sure that we get the right advice though. So when we did originally set up the excess water charges, the clear understanding by councillors and the public was that we would have a program, and it's been in the media and everything, to install meters in those properties that weren't, because there was a large volume of outcry about the unfairness of properties were not metered. So there's the views and preferences of the community quite widely known. I think that we would have had submissions about it had people known that we weren't doing it.
I think that's debate. So we'll,
Yep.
So
Okay.
we'll, one out of.
Yeah.
So the next one is a waterway. It's the
40.
Yeah. Akaroa Waste.
Yep.
Page 63.
Your favourite.
Yes. Charlie's favourite.
843.
Page 63.
So is it?
It's on the hub.
In the email that's.
So this one is this.
Young and beside you'll help you.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, what do you want me to do here?
So am I happy with it, or? Advice has come from Tim, so it's good.
Oh, nice.
Whoa.
You can blame me.
I think, look, I'm okay with this advice if we make sure that we really communicate it to the. We'll do that, like in something like that, as to what the rationale is. Something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, Tim.
Scrub down.
Thanks a lot.
Quickly, go quickly.
So we have transport. To make a go on transport, or do we want to come back on Thursday for transport?
No, let's keep going.
Gotta come back.
Well, how we people want a wee break?
Yes.
If we're almost there.
It's either
Well,
break
just
or
10
Thursday, I don't
minutes.
think we should do break and
There are a
stay.
number of people that won't be around on Thursday if we're not careful.
The bonus.
Well, you got to go away soon too.
Oh, no, I'm going now. Well, we're only talking about amendments, we're not voting. tonight.
Procedural.
But the Thursday, yeah,
I'll best clear up now what the amendments are before Thursday.
That's right, yeah. And if we need extra information and things, we know that to do.
5 minutes. So just think about it before we put our hands up, but it's important that you ask questions.
Where will we be at the end of that?
At the end of
Sitting here.
all of the amendments, at the end of this, we will have done transport and we'll be at the end of, is that right? Transport. We'll be at the end of all of it. Staff can then go away and we're coming back at 11 at this stage.
Spread out.
11 o'clock tonight. 11:30 on Thursday is what I'm hearing. From 11. And so then staff at that stage will say, right, these are the ones that are noting ones, and we'll probably go through. These are the ones that we've got through, and there will be some that we will have to vote on that will either have the rates impact up or down or something, but I'm leaving that there won't be that many of them. Wait and see. So we'll fire away now with the last lap for the day, transport.
No, we're starting. I think Mark has jumped queue and put himself in the end seat. So transport's been bumped down.
Absolutely.
Miscellaneous ones as well. So Mark, you're up there for A20, aren't you? So A20 is page 23. Planning consent city.
Yeah, so we've on the first one on the vacant city vacant differential being extended to beyond the business zones within the central city. It's including the full 4 avenues. The first key point is that consultation would be required prior to amending the differential to extend it to the 4 avenues. A key reason is it goes beyond the original purpose and benefits of the differential in the context of commercial zones. So to expand it into residential zones moves beyond what its intent was. Thirdly, we're open to exploring non-regulatory methods to engage with landowners if there's particular sites that are of concern.
And presumably we could do this out, well, I mean, there's no reason to do this as part of the annual plan cycle, really, is there? Like we bring a report, go out for consultation and implement completely separate to that annual plan.
You could certainly do a report, get it up, but a new rate on the standard rate like this.
Right, so the rate would kick in, but we could do the consultation separately, but you'd be wanting to do it as part of it?
Do a sort of pre-consultation, then just to include, based on the outcome of that, in the draft annual plan.
So why bring a report before?
So previously when we've extended it, sorry, this is going back to stuff when I had this role before Mark. We did it in 2 stages. A first report, really looking at the principles. This was when we looked at the 4 suburban centres. And then we did the consultation through the annual plan on the specific rate for the 2 centres that we proceeded with. So you do a 2-stage process.
And that's your preference as opposed to just saying and agreeing to consult as part of the long-term plan?
Yeah, I think there's some further consideration we need to give to it, and the extent. Part of the reason for the current differential is because of the sheer number of vacant sites and the impact they have in terms of their visibility and impacts on amenity and connectivity, and we need to consider the number of sites and whether the impact is going to be achieved through the differential.
Okay. Thank you.
Just after you've done the pre-consultation, the early consultation and work proposal up and then.
So does that mean we take that out?
So that's no
Second
note,
wording.
there.
The
Staff to report.
Okay, all right, okay, cool.
Yep, happy with that.
All right. The next one.
The next one is anyone mark?
Yeah, A53, which is on page 82.
Right, that's right, yep, thanks. So this is page 81. It's the Linwood Regeneration Project.
That's right. So we're currently, through you, Chair, currently going through a planning phase in terms of identifying the potential opportunities to strengthen the Linwood neighbourhood. And I say that work's in progress. We've been doing since community board briefings that were carried out in November with both the boards. We've been continuing work to identify potential projects, and an update by coincidence has before any funding is allocated, we need to engage with the community on possible projects we've identified, test those projects with the community, but also ascertain what projects they see as beneficial for their area, and recommend therefore that any allocation of funding is through the long-term process rather than allocating a sum today when the community can, if it's done as part of the long-term plan, the community can then understand the context and how the money could be used rather than in isolation of the understanding what the projects are.
Just note that that recommendation has also though allowed, was tweaked slightly to allow, if it was ready to come back in an annual plan, it could come back then, or it could come back in an LTP. So it could come back.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Could it be, so a year should be enough time, I would have thought, to do that, to just actually put extend your plan.
Yes, through you, Chair, certainly upon undertaking engagement and understanding the community's views, and that will build off what's interviews that are being conducted on Weaving the East, we can be in a better position to give advice on how the money could be spent.
Oh, sorry, Yanni.
The problem is that, like, the board was briefed 6 months ago on this. There's no date for a briefing back to council. I think you may have just put one in the most recent email.
Yeah, to July.
There's no clear milestones, but at the same time, all the work on the key projects is happening in isolation of each other in Linwood. So there's a major cycle lane being constructed. Oh, there's a route for a major cycle lane that's being proposed. It's not public. There's a road renewal in Chelsea Street. It's got no provision for cycling. There's a Linwood Park Pavilion being built, but there's no Linwood Park master plan. There's a Te Aratai cycle lane that's been proposed that is going to have no further engagement unless we manage to get something done. So all these projects are happening in isolation. So I'm just feeling quite frustrated that there's a lack of oversight of the synergy around getting a better outcome for this community. Plus you've got the intensification happening, like, I forget what the phrase was before, but people are lining up to build new multi-storey units. So is there anything we can do to kind of get a bigger picture look at what's happening and join up the current projects that we've got funding on budget for already? Because at the moment, I think you've told me there's $20,000 on the only budget at the moment is 20,000, which doesn't seem sufficient.
So we've got sufficient operational budget to complete the development of the framework. So what I describe as the framework, you can think of as a plan, which is providing that strategic view of all the projects that could occur in the area, as well as what's existing, and provide the connections between the different projects. So being more strategic requires that framework to be developed and tested with the community, and we're proposing to come back and set out what the projects are that have been identified, and at that time funding can be considered, rather than at this point in time we don't have an understanding of what the projects should be, and if we come back with advice about the projects that money could be invested in, then we'll be
This can say, my advice is that this is the best way to get it on. It would be difficult to move to have your recommendation of $1 million because there was not one submission on this. So this is the best way to get the progress you want.
Yeah,
is to actually get some.
so there were submissions around funding parks, transport, libraries, pools. There were submissions focused on areas that had high growth, getting something being put back into these areas, which is effectively what the purpose of this project is. So I think at a general level, there certainly were submissions saying including the community board and people around the DC's policy, that there's a disconnect between where growth is happening and the projects that we're doing to mitigate the impact of it, to cater for the growth. So, I mean, I'm happy to take the best advice possible, but I do think if there was a way that you can do something that influences the current projects that are currently happening, otherwise it's such a huge lost opportunity, because we've actually got money on projects in this area now, but nothing's talking to each other.
To when you bring the paper in August, it's August, isn't it?
We're giving it a briefing on the 8th of July, but we can bring in paper.
So in that briefing, we could traverse this and look at ways to improve it. So for today, you're happy with this for the annual plan, and we can cover it in that.
And I think, yes, that's really good. And you there's been previous resolutions around things like Linwood Park and Synergy. So maybe that could be incorporated.
Thank you, Yanni, that's good. Celeste's got a burning question to help you out.
It was just for Yanni. Is this something that would be in part of the urban regen pipeline of work that we could put through Christchurch, given that they've done quite a good job of joining up all the projects in the Brighton area, that project will start transitioning out of that?
Well, I personally think that would be a sensible thing. That was feedback given at community board over 6 months ago. But in the meantime,
Just wondering if she's in.
there's been repeated requests to try and.
To ask for that to come back as part of the report back on that.
I'm happy for that. I think that's a sensible way forward.
Sorry, Chair, can I just respond to that? The urban regeneration team within Christchurch City Council is leading this project at the current time. To hand it to Christchurch NZ to do would effectively be taking away an aspect of the work program of what our own urban regeneration team is doing at the moment.
I think we can partnership like they are in New Brighton, for instance, because with the New Brighton project, you've got the transport teams working alongside Christchurch NZ and other stakeholders, so there is actually a joined up approach, which is.
We'll discuss that later. I don't think that's a matter for the annual plan. And so will
be a noting provision though.
I think we can commit to it in the briefing, cover it in the briefing.
Okay. Is that you done, Mark? Lucky man.
So to get Bruce, do you want to?
So,
7.
yeah, this was the suggestion around getting a report on both increasing revenue or alternative revenue streams, but also increasing utilisation. I'm suggesting that we do a two-stage, do a workshop first up so that we get some indication of the parameters that you're really after in there, and then we do a follow-up report with options in there.
That's great.
Thank you.
So
now we're
So now we've got
Thanks, Bruce.
Anne coming up with the IA policy.
Why are you looking so happy?
She's waited all day.
Hey, Day.
Excited to be nearly finished.
No, the advice was good for the AI policy.
25.
I knew that we were doing something.
So you're happy with the staff wording?
We tracked down a little bit.
Here to say 25.
So do you want to speak to Anne first? So
Oh, look, we had, obviously the recommendation, we've already had a policy in place since 2023 that certainly guides the ethical, secure and responsible use of AI within council operations. We are taking an absolute softly approach so that we don't actually jeopardise any of the those matters. We already also provide an AI related risk section reporting through to the Audit and Risk Committee as part of the cyber security piece, so it's all deeply tied into information management, and we're happy to bring a report to council just outlining what our strategy is and work program related to AI opportunities, the governance and training requirements, and the kind of insights and practical applications of AI in local government and perhaps a bit more broadly, so that we get a sense of it. Lots of AI is actually being built into the tech, and over time, you know, if we are prepared to pay increased licensing costs, you receive the benefits, but it's really just another technology tool like any new piece of digital enabled equipment. Yeah.
Thanks so much for bringing that. I love it. I just wanted to ask around it's more around utilising staff time. For example, report writing. I know that you have some automated systems, but you've got to tinker with things, which takes up hours and hours, and collating that with council meetings, probably cost a lot of internal budget on salaries.
So we are trialling Copilot, which is Microsoft Copilot. If you haven't used it, some parts of council are using Copilot already to do things like use AI to generate emails, reports, not necessarily written reports yet, because that needs machine or AI learning to be able to do that. But I mean, I wrote the mayor's speech last week for the living wage one via Copilot, and it pulled out quotes from Councillor Kewen back in 2017. So
Wow.
it's quite impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it can't do the delivery.
Yeah.
Why may I?
I've debated it too much.
Happy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Righto, so
Okay,
it must be transport by now.
No, I've got a few more for transport.
Not transport yet.
Yes. 26 finance capitalisation of staff time. That's another one of Harrison.
Capitalising it.
Capitalising
Capitalising
staff
on it.
time. Are you going to answer this one, David? That's page 34. One.
Yes, through you, Your Worship. So we're really already doing some work on that, and that's part of that photo last year's annual report. So we have on that as part of the annual plan that we do. So there's already some going. It is driven a little bit by what the accounting standards and financial reporting standards will mandate we can capitalise and what expense. So we can do that. This piece of work's already ongoing. And that was in part what drove that change in the digital from CapEx to OpEx.
Is that,
Yeah, I noticed that we did the reverse. I just wanted to ask one question around the risk aversion, particularly with our accounting standards. So for example, if we abide by the general accounting standards as it says in the recommendation, do you think there's a gap for recapitalisation if, say for example, we get another major project? Are there other units that could be capitalised within your accounting standards outside of, you know, the normal ones, like planning, for example, or according to
the finance business partners and so on, who are also chartered accountants, along with the other professional staff, normally have a discussion about what can be capitalised and what can't. So we do look at it.
Cool.
And there are reasonably well defined rules around it or within the reporting standards.
Awesome. Good answer. Happy.
You.
Okay, great. So, so the next one's A35, page 48. It's the rates. Huey.
Look out through you, Your Worship, at the moment, our advice is that can't be.
Okay, excellent.
Can't be considered.
Video.
Right. Okay.
Who's that you say?
I'd say A40, page 57.
Staff advice on this is that there's insufficient information to reduce the capital program without the details of projects that are to be rephased or not included. Because also there's the other bit of it, to strike a rate, we need to know what projects are going to be deferred or rephased so that we know what the funding implications are to be able to understand the whole financial implications of it. So it's not something that we can just do on the fly.
No, but we can rate for a certain amount, can't we? Like a certain capital. I mean, the thing is that like with projects, right? Like there are going to be unders and overs all the time, right? So you know, like I'm not. So the suggestion is not to push projects out, but to recognise that there will be more unders than overs, and that we will not achieve the thing that we've set out to do, and therefore to just address the fact that go on.
Your Worship. So the way it works is that we determine the capital program and our levels of service, and then how they'll all be funded, and then whether some of it's through NZTA and so on, but we work out, and then the rate is the portion, and every last dollar that we are going to, we say, here's our capital program, we have source for it. So we can't just sort of say, I will reduce it without knowing what we would produce as well. So the two work in tandem. So if we reduce the rate, we have to reduce the program.
So in questions leading up to this, I asked, what would it take to get us to 520 million? And was never really given that option. It was basically said, no, we can do 550 and we can do it. So we were never really given the options. We were never given scenarios to be able to plan around. So we've just given a number that we're told is doable. And we just have to take take staff. I know I don't want to diminish what the work staff's done. It's just that as councillors, this is one of the few levers that we've got to be able to markedly change the trajectory of where we're going, but we haven't been given that lever. That's probably the thing that I'm concerned about.
Capital projects you don't want to.
Yeah, but we're never really given that option.
Yeah, you were. We've had an amendment process today.
Yeah, and we've also had quite a few workshops.
Yeah, numerous workshops.
And the information tool.
Okay, so bridge too far. Okay.
Bill.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So just to add to that, just on an individual year by year basis, that seems to make sense, Councillor Fields, where you think, we might not deliver in 1 year. But on across a period of time, so for this particular annual plan, when we strike the rate and we sign off and we approve on Thursday, hopefully, the annual plan, we offset it all by basically we'll pay down debt, which then allows us to do more debt by $20 million from the excess from the previous year. And so that then carries out, lowers it for this one. And then any that we don't spend in a surplus at the end of this one. So over a period of time, it's less bad than an individual year looks for non-delivery and impact on rates. Because you can never tell which project's going to be slightly behind or ahead until things happen during the year.
Yeah, I guess.
If that makes sense. Over a period of time, it evens out.
Sort of like compulsory saving, and if you've got any left over, you take it off the debt.
Then and then you're
I'd
doing
rather
it
we just be
year
more
after year.
realistic and upfront with the public as to what we can and can't deliver. I mean, like we might have been through numerous workshops. Councillor Henstock and I have been pushing back. I've said however many times in F&P meetings that I do not believe that we can achieve 500 million.
We'll choose the process.
So can you pick which ones aren't going to be delivered?
Yeah.
So, Akaroa Wharf, right? We've got 9 million in the budget for next year. Maybe we'll do 8 million, maybe we'll do 7.
You don't know.
But we're not going to do 0. So it's saying pick a project. I'm not going to say we're going to do 0 for the Akaroa Wharf, but I'm saying that we're going to do unders, and for numerous projects we will go under. Because we're doing 472 this year, and I just do not see how we can increase our capital output by, close to $100 million within 1 year, just because we say we can. It just doesn't make sense. Supply chains don't work like that.
just don't know
By
which
what we're
ones.
actually delivering and what the difference is.
So at the moment, the current draft in front of us is 551 when you exclude Te Kaha, because we've got 643 minus 92.5 for Te Kaha, which brings us down to 551. So if we were going to cap at 520, we'd have to reduce by 31.1 million.
And what are we doing this year?
What are we
forecasting? Our forecast is 500. PM forecast is 460 something.
So let's be generous and say it's 470. So we're saying that we can increase by 80 million, which is what, 80 million over 70 million.
Yeah, but the PMO believe that it's going to be more closer to 500 than it is 470, which there's another 30 million on what you're saying right now.
Yeah. And then we're going to go 10% up.
10% up.
Even if we hit 500, 10% next year increase, like how? It's never.
Inflation costs on the actual projects themselves.
Some years we have, so in the years, Kaha, Turanga, Town Hall, it's much easier to spend when you've got big projects.
I mean, look,
so
great, that all sounds brilliant, but evidentially we never hit the number that we say we're going to. So why don't we just get real about it?
Can I just ask though? I agree that we never hit it. So the question is, how do you expect staff to tell ahead of time which projects and how much, for example, of the 9 million on the Akaroa Wharf is unrealistic? So would you expect them to,
Well, I mean, that's a level of detail that I'm
Yeah,
not privy to,
but the,
Sarah,
no,
that's the thing.
but the question is, how would you expect anyone to tell ahead of time which project might be held up very slightly by a supply chain or something like that, and then delay the project and the cost of that project?
We never
for a
got
year?
the scenario to be able to decide what it was that we got given a number. We
But
did
how
not,
would
we
staff
did
even
not.
bring you that forward?
Because if you could know it,
Analysis
it'd
that
be
staff
not.
did do at the time.
Yeah.
So can we just
Everything
say,
would be certain and 100%
the
knowable.
annual plan, we've got different reasons why councillor didn't get enough information. Others can't do it for this time, but can we workshop it in time for the next annual plan so that we actually can, you can get some more input and some more
Because surely the
understanding?
job of this group is to be able to give a steer on to what we think is acceptable and achievable.
I think they've got a lot of do a workshop in time for the next annual plan, so that's pretty soon. We can make sure that everyone's understanding and is across it and can actually do some.
Okay, I've got three.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I got three on this, sorry. Mel, Tyler,
One way that we're reducing money with capital program is through the procurement process. Like we've had that stuff come to F&P about sort of having those rolling packages of work, especially for transport. So that's one
of the ways to look at how to improve the spend, yes, and the delivery.
So one way of doing this without picking a project specifically would be potentially to reduce program budgets at the high level, wouldn't it? Because that would achieve what Councillor Fields is wanting to do, where you're not picking anything in particular, you're just going to reduce the amount, and then we'll just figure out what was lost out by the time you get to the end of the year.
Generally, in the first and second year, we've got programs at project level, so we don't actually hold a lot of money at program level in the year like 2026, for example, the year we're talking about. Most of it's already at project level, because otherwise we don't have the opportunity to deliver it, because we're already working on some of this stuff now to be able to deliver 2026's program. So it's,
So because we have to set budgets for each project, it's not really feasible to do what Tyrone's saying. But the other way to address this is if a project underspends, you don't reallocate that money to another project, or if a project if a project's going faster and we want to bring money forward, we maybe wouldn't do that either. There'd be other mechanisms we could use.
That would be another mechanism, because generally what we try and do is if a project is slowing up for a valid reason, then we try and fill that gap with something by bringing it forward on a future year, trying to speed something up. So when something slows down, we try and speed something up to fill the gap and try and keep it at the same level.
Otherwise, we just keep reducing the amount that we are actually being able to achieve.
Yes, that's right.
So
We did go backwards.
Workshop, why don't we you can look at all those tools? So will you be able to look at all the options and tools in the city?
That would be terrible.
I don't agree with any of them, but just as asked the question.
Tyler? I didn't think
I just wanted it's a quick one. It's around that sort of 10% buffer of non-deliverable capitals. Would you say that that's liquid between all projects? So for example, if one can't be delivered, they're just backfill one.
Yes, that's the real difficulty is it's very difficult to identify where that 10% is going to fall until about now in a financial year.
So there needs to be that buffer, right?
Almost, yes. Yeah. I mean, and the problem is to get to 100% delivery is pretty rare in a public organisation. And we're constantly trying to get higher. We've gone above 90 and we still strive to get above 90. We strive to deliver 100 and we will if we can, but
if we go and spend 110, look out if you think we're in strike now.
That's where that whole balance, and it is very difficult when you try and work towards break even. It's very hard to ever break even. You tend to always come under or over.
Yeah, that's cool.
So it's
and lastly on this one, there's Vic.
Thank you. Just want to clarify my understanding, because Councillor Templeton was saying that we can't guess which ones are going to underspend or overspend. And I thought that was the whole idea of the assessment that you did, where you were using the data and the evidence and your previous experience, where you were estimating where the underspend was likely to be.
And that was the
is the
deliverability
exercise
workshop we
that
did
you've done.
earlier, yes, so that's where we did, and Akaroa Wharf was pushed out a bit because we didn't think we could deliver 9 million, so it's been reduced. But yes, that was what that deliverability workshop was about, is at that point identifying what we think we could deliver.
Yeah, and that was the whole purpose of it, and I was pleased with that work that was done. My next query then is about, again, clarifying my understanding that an increase in spend does not necessarily equate to an increase in what's being delivered because of, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, I just needed to check.
Thank you. Next, please.
Great, thank you. Great. So I think we're now on the transport.
Number one.
Yay! Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lynette and Sharon.
Happy, move along. Let's adjourn.
No.
But, 20.
You're drawing into your suit. We don't need no.
Well, enough that you have to count them.
Just do it.
10.
Got 10 amendments.
It's 9 because it's fine.
It's 10 minutes.
No, 1 minute each.
Right,
Okay. So the first one is Lincoln Road PT, oh no, Airwood Road.
I said it's
Road
fine.
School.
Move along. I've said it 3 times.
Okay, that's happy with that.
yeah, can you just give the page number?
Well, it's page number 4, it's the first one.
We're okay with it, so it's fine. Moving on.
Trying to be efficient here.
Okay, you're happy with the
So
amendment?
it's got no rate impact.
Yeah, 35,000.
Funding will be from existing.
Wheels Springs budget.
Yeah, so it's got no additional rate impact.
Could be.
It says bringing.
So that will be one that is voted on.
Rates and kids.
A5, Linwood Road PT corridor.
It's on site.
Kids are in it
Lincoln
anyway.
Road.
Signalised crossing going.
Andre.
Pay attention. Lincoln Road PT corridor.
Yes.
What
What
number is
number?
it?
A5, page 7.
Yeah, 80.
And as Lynette knows, we are playing around a little bit, tidying up the sides of the road in this calendar year, I think. Would it be good to say?
Yes, calendar on the second. That's just addressing the property issues. That's just addressing the property concerns.
Make sure there's a seconder before we.
I'm the
go.
seconder.
Okay.
He emailed it through with my name on, I saw it.
And
So what's the go, is there no rates impact?
Do I really
Great.
sound
Do you
like
want to
that?
speak to this or is it straightforward?
Well, it's actually just taking section 2B back to the original program and starting next year.
yeah, so
Lincoln Road, it's not waiting until the business case is completed.
yeah, and so to clarify, Victoria, it's the 26 years worth of work is 416,000, so that's why it's come out at 0%, because it's less than 0.1. Presumably the staff advice would come back by Thursday, which is about it just being stage 2B, because the staff advice was of course on 2B and 2A.
No staff advice on this is about 2B.
This is 2B.
But the staff wording is for around
Base,
2B.
but it doesn't, the staff advice doesn't change.
The figures would.
No, the budget figures. Including the 8.5 is for 2B, isn't it? The total of 8.5 is for 2B, so my apologies,
Oh,
the
sorry.
first line of the
Okay,
overview
I got you now.
says 2A, but the rest of the advice relates just to 2B. The
Gotcha.
financial advice is just 2B.
Understood now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron, then Mark.
That's all good.
Aaron's good. Mark.
So by bringing this forward, reading that it's notes that NZTA subsidy would not be eligible.
That's what that says.
Yeah, so we bring this forward, we don't get any
Or we wait and find out we don't get it anyway, or we wait a few years for a 25% subsidy and the cost escalated by then anyway.
Let's debate for next Thursday. Thank you.
Yeah, spent the last 2 hours debating these amendments, so all that.
Right, so it'll be coming to us on Thursday, next one.
Okay, so the next one is in
Lowest tax road cycleway, A11.
Yep, really happy with the suggested wording, so you happy with
Okay,
that?
all done. Carry on.
Sorry.
You were more,
Yeah.
you were more efficient than we
Take your
are.
right.
Get on that.
Lean mean team.
It's a high bar.
A17 Green Turning Arrow Department.
17.
this is a similar to the. Is that to do with it?
It's just a workshop, isn't it?
On what? Not my side.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
There's a little phrase that says within budgets.
Yep, great, okay.
Island Road pedestrian.
Yes.
A29, page 39.
Yeah.
It's all noted provision.
So that stands as is.
I still can't understand why we've got 4 pedestrian crossings within a.
Yeah, we need to work on that.
To people that are more than sensible in crossing a road in the dark, they're right.
Really?
Debate, Mr. Mayor.
There's a debate for Thursday.
There's students.
Okay,
It's
the next one is transport again. It's footpaths A30. Sounds like a bingo.
Bingo.
It's like the first car I nearly bought, but I bought it to Hillman Imp instead.
So it's quite similar to the
Get it.
amendment that was put up. It's just clarifying aspects of it. Is that right? Yeah.
It is, it doesn't say construct because we can't pop that through at this stage. We don't have any information on what the construction would be, but it is requiring that the staff make sure that they are listed as part of the development prioritisation, that new footpath program, which you will get feedback on the 8th of July. So it's listing them all and we'll make sure they're on the list.
A44, Springfield Road pedestrian crossing, page 66.
We do all that transport stuff at 6:15 at night.
Not into speeding up transport.
It's just a tweak to the original amendment put up by the councillors.
So you've clarified it is part of the bid. So, but you will report back urgently with options.
Yeah, and there is in the advice, staff are expecting to be able to report back to you prior to October.
Thank you.
Can I
Yes, very.
So
yeah, ask away.
When do we at a governance level set the program budget for the minor safety interventions?
Can we come back with you with information about that?
Not quite sure.
So
A49 Stratton Road, page 72.
Yeah, you say.
Exactly.
so that's
It's quite different.
6 years.
A49, page 72.
It's priority for no one.
so this would be potentially too major change to make based on no submission. Do you know the
No, there was a submission.
a submission?
And the change that's that my amendment is doing is sorry, just trying to show you, it's about less or equivalent to the change that staff have done in terms of rephasing. So I don't think that would be the case, given that there was a submission to say don't spend all this money on it in a cost-effective way.
Given the previous advice staff have given you, previous legal advice you've had as well,
we need to come back with consolidated advice on this to change it. It may have wider implications.
$6 million.
Sorry, so the staff have rephased $3.3 million. Push it out.
In conjunction,
It's been pushed into, but
yeah, that was part of the deliverability rephasing,
That came to.
and that was done in conjunction with our colleagues at KiwiRail.
so the community basically, it doesn't matter what they say, we can't make choices. I just don't get this.
But we do need to know the wider implications.
We know community views and outside.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I'm happy to put it, and if people support it, they don't, or they do, but
This one. Submission to actually change the budget. So that's reducing a budget by $6.3 million.
no, sorry, it's not, it's rephasing, so
Same.
so actually, yeah, I think the staff advice was, as they gave in the draft annual plan, as much as I would love to reduce the budget, it seemed like that would be something they were concerned that we did legally. But we can rephase it because staff have actually rephased it. So I can't see any reason why we at a governance level can't make that decision to rephase it as well.
We probably need to make that based on some actually concrete. Our decision making, we are about how we make decisions.
Right. But we have an annual plan where people make submissions and they ask for stuff to do things. There's lots of submissions about the cost of how we do stuff. Like there's probably more than one in the annual plan. I think there were quite a
According to James, they all were.
Yeah, according to Sam and James. So I don't think that's an issue. I think it's more of an issue of like the impact of what we do when we do. But we don't have, I mean, we don't have any advice around KiwiRail. No staff are working with them, but at governance level, I still think we should have the discretion to choose to rephase it.
So is it original wording or suggested staff wording?
So the staff wording is going to come back with some advice about which is.
Yeah. Well, then can that come back on Thursday? And we can be,
No.
okay. All right. Well, I don't know. Just vote on
Can I
it.
just
You need to know the
Yeah, if it's not
implications.
moving, it's not.
And we don't know
Can I
that.
just suggest that, like, it's only actually been, it feels like a few months since we have, a few months since we've dealt with this, and we did have some pretty clear advice at the time, some of which I think I recall was in PX.
Yes, it was.
And so we have had a conversation about that in relatively recent time. And we decided not to go ahead with the change based on that, if that helps.
I mean, I'm happy to withdraw my second.
It doesn't mean I think that the money's, you know, yeah.
We actually don't know.
There's an issue with KiwiRail, but I don't think we can deal with that here in this annual plan.
So we're
putting money on a budget for a project, we don't know what the cost is.
It's an overall problem with KiwiRail that we have currently that needs dealing with at a higher level.
As long as we keep putting money in the budget.
I'm happy to withdraw my second.
So have we got a seconder then?
Yep, some more seconded.
Okay, that's some more. So you have to, basically, it's.
Let's re-listen, please.
Nearly there.
So this is, the staff advice is the best way of you making progress on this, otherwise it will have to be ruled out.
So request of staff.
I love to say that.
You're just seconding it because Jake's taking.
All right, that's good. It'll come to us.
But just to
Snoozy
clarify,
lose. Oh, I get to second it.
all right, sorry.
Yes,
That advice would come after we've signed off the annual plan. So you could still reduce the budget.
Yeah.
afterward,
Yeah.
or consult on
It
it.
just wouldn't be in the
That's
annual.
right, yeah.
Next one is,
Yes,
the next
right.
one is A50, the next page. Transport and Bromley Roads.
Sorry, which one is?
That's the next one. Just
Another car you probably bought.
I'm happy with the revised motion.
Okay,
I don't have an iPad.
Yanni's happy with the revised motion. Next one. Are you happy?
Not so much happy with this one. This was We've already asked for the advice, the board actually put it in its submission. To me, there's no logical reason to wait. We had submissions on it. Just be good to get it voted on or not. So
It's
maybe the minor safety improvements budget or the
Do you want to speak to
program level
this
budget.
and see why you've changed? Why you've changed this?
Well, so our advice, staff advice was that Woodhouse Road, while it is being resurfaced next year, it is only being resurfaced. So new seal on it. In the next couple of years, it still has quite a lot of life left in it. It's consistent with other streets. The speed, traffic volumes, speed and crash history down there means there are other sites across the city that are high priority for traffic coming and greening than other streets. That's what we've said. And that went back in the previous advice.
Yeah, Tyler. So basically in our transport strategy, we've now agreed a different approach to doing maintenance renewals where we'll actually have some sort of community engagement led to stop this happening.
Through the chair, we haven't agreed that at all. We have agreed through the strategy to consider that that is not an agreement in the strategy. Just to clarify.
Regardless, just to remind people of what the submitter said, is it's a 30k speed limit. It's a very, very wide road. It's so wide, people don't obey the speed limit. And when council did the maintenance, I'm not technical, but it's happened on other streets on my ward. Actually, he said it made the road worse rather than better. And he wanted at the time we did the maintenance renewal, actually some little safety enhancements and improvements because of the concern around children playing on the street. So I want to find a way.
Platforms.
This one,
His idea was just to put
potentially getting into debate. So if you're not prepared to accept the submission, this one can stand. It's not a major change to the budget. There are number of submissions, so this one could stand. It's not really- So we could just vote on the staff one. You're not prepared to change.
Okay, A52,
Okay, so the
that's
the original,
TR Cycleway
council one doesn't-
engagement. Page 78.
Staffs. Yeah.
That's
I mean, they've already provided advice to say that there won't be any changes, okay? But there will need to be changes. So I guess the key question from me to staff is what's the process to sign off on detailed design? Will it be community boards?
Sign off on the details.
There's no process to sign off on detailed design. There are whenever we undertake a detailed design, there are fundamental tweaks and shifts in the exact detail of how that two-dimensional design is then turned into a three-dimensional design. And as long as they are consistent with the scheme and the function, the form and the function of the scheme that has been approved, then there is no change. And that would be the same with this. If there's a driveway gone in somewhere that wasn't accounted for in the design of the cycleway, we won't build a curb over it, we will build a driveway.
Just to clarify this, could we, for Councillor Hanson's, we could change that staff advice, re-engage with the community and the community board?
It's two community boards.
Community boards prior to, so you'd engage with them. They're not approving it, but you're actually
engaging with
them.
It's just a process to incorporate the feedback into the detailed design at a governance level.
Engaging with the community, there's no harm engaging with the community board.
What we're engaging with the community on. That's what the advice was going to come back with.
You've had like probably about 100 to 200 new units being built down here on the street.
So are we engaging on a change of design, or are we engaging on something completely different?
Is it just where the cut downs and those kind of things go?
It's
Making
like-
sure that the preschool has access.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of access issues and there's a whole bunch of
Access is not an issue because that would be addressed through detailed design, so.
yes, but
As you're engaging with these people.
things like safety of access for early learning centres, like we saw with the one
Again,
Tim's area, Cashmere Road, where the school got really concerned, the early learning centre. So the problem for this project is it'll be nearly 2 years since we engaged.
Because you keep delaying it.
Because of stuff that the funding. And there was a very low number of people that were directly impacted who were engaged in the initial process, right? It was a waka kotahi one. So I'm just concerned that people that live in this community have a chance to give feedback around the design ahead of it being finalised, so that we can try and work with them around it, rather than have them feel like it's something that's just done to them. There's a number of sports groups using the park, for example. We've now upgraded Linwood Park we're putting a new pavilion and we put a new sports field in.
I just don't think it's correct. It's a robust consultation process.
Sorry, through the chair, and so I know it's late, but this is really a challenging one for me as well, is are you, councillor, anticipating that we would consult on completely changing things and not even having it? Or are you concerned about the fact that there may be a new business, so like a learning centre, or a new housing area that has a different requirement for the cut downs? Because all of that stuff is the second part of that is no different to what we would normally do through detailed design, and we would engage with all of the residents and all of the businesses to make sure we double check that. But we are still building a cycleway down there.
So what happened as one of these transport choices projects?
So can I then ask that question again? So are you asking us to reconsult on whether we have a cycleway there or not?
No.
So then
You
everything.
reconsult on the design because of the fact that there's been extensive new development and change.
So then are you asking us to reconsult on whether it's a shared path or a separated cycleway or a different type of facility?
It's not as binary as that. So if you recall, when we approved this, we had advice that because it was a waka kotahi agreed transport choices project, we were unable to make amendments to the design based on the feedback that people had given, because waka kotahi wouldn't accept that we could make any tweaks.
Yeah,
We're
now
now
we
funding it.
Now we can.
So now we can.
Yeah, but none of that
There's certain
includes
areas
us.
along here where we have shared paths, where we have bi-directional cycleways, and where we have separated cycleways. It's a combination of things. It's not just.
I think you're on your own.
Yeah.
There's no, is there another seconder? There's no seconder. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
You're out.
Okay. Now, the last one.
Turn toxic.
I thought that was the last one.
A59. Stuart.
I have one of those.
Sorry. I didn't have one of those. Morehouse Stewart Street intersection lights. Page 92.
Very briefly, the money was put on budget in order to undertake the business case because it's supported by NZTA.
So.
Sorry, I was.
Can I just
You
ask?
don't want it?
I don't mind.
I don't mind. I don't want it. I think it's wasting money.
But like,
I think that's something to be debated.
oh, but surely staff can just do a business case for a city traffic lights. Like what? I don't understand what costs so much. Like, I would have thought this would be business as usual.
Get a consultant at 3
But
times.
if we vote on this, it comes out.
Why do we want to remove them?
Yeah, well,
Removing the intersection.
Well, like,
Yeah.
Can we just do a decision where everyone we said we want more stuff on the house here? More intersection upgrades and tuning lights and.
Specific. Look,
Okay.
Surely staff can do a business case for
Give some
NZTA.
advice on this, Lindy.
The number is a broadly a number that was together. It's not just a traffic engineer. We have a lot of modelling that needs to be done. There's a lot of work around the intersection, the tie up of all of the traffic signals. Now, and you can imagine that if you add another set of traffic signals into Morehouse Ave, it doesn't just have an impact on Morehouse Ave, it has an impact on Blenheim Road, it has an impact on other.
So we don't need.
So it's the value was what we assessed and it was what was agreed by NZTA. That's all it is.
Oh.
That's funded by NZTA, isn't it?
Well, it matches what we'd agreed in the RLTP. NZTA have supported the funding for undertaking the business case, but that's all it is at this stage. That's all we've got money in. Do we need it? we may come back in 12 or 18 months' time after Parakiori's opened and say, actually, you know what, we do need it.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not.
Because it's left in and left out.
Antigua Street will be great.
Should we change it to?
Go for it. And Tyler, the last question of the day is Tyler.
No, yeah, I was wanting to see if there's a middle ground with the Parakiori coming in, maybe that it could be up for review instead of removing it. So it gets pushed out.
No, too late.
Hey Phil, can I please just add a noting onto my McFarlane Park?
So can we just close off this one first?
Yes, thank you. Because I see people packing up.
So is this one, is this it remove or is it review?
I think review would be better.
Can I just add with this, if you do decide you want this business case will have to be done, if you want NLTP funding to do an upgrade in the future for this intersection. So it is a bit of a, we could still do it in the future, but it will delay.
Defer it rather than get rid of it completely.
Yeah, so what Sarah just said, I think, is that in the coming year, but Parakiori would be hardly open, so wouldn't it be best to defer out a year and then look at it and see if there is any problem to solve. If there's not, it then gets wiped off because you'd be able to do it.
It's fine, we could do that as part of an LT.
Defer it out a year.
Second, are happy with just amending that be deferred?
Yeah.
So it moves it out by a year. Yeah.
It's a fair deal.
Second it is.
Makes it, well, you don't, it's sort of completely just in case.
So deferred.
To
1 year.
Okay, so sorry, Pauline, you wanted to.
Councillor Johansson's original.
Let's go on and put it in one.
Pauline, did you want to change something? You might as well go and talk to, Sam.
I just want to add a noting provision for the staff to report back to the board by the end of the calendar year.
What number is that, please? What page?
Pardon?
What page?
That's page 68, A45. So I just want a noting provision requesting that the staff provide the community board an update by the end of the calendar year. That's December 2025. Is that okay? Thank you.
Pauline, was the that was very well. Okay.
So just to clarify, we have now all the amendments that will be voted on Thursday.
At 11:30.
11:30. So we'll update these and provide you with a copy of, so you know what they are, so voting on. And then we move on to the next stage, which is voting on the final.
Yeah, the last page.
So have the extra little bits of work to do on the water stuff.
Yeah, they'll be tidied up in that. Going to come back.
And so that's 11:30 on Thursday, and as you heard before from Are You Being Served by Mr. Grace, you've all done very well.